Alrighty, and I'm also gonna go ahead and get your words going here. So you guys can go ahead and play along while I play Pokemon. Let me get this back open. There we go. All right, cool. So everything is set. So how was everybody's day? How was everybody's day? Mine was fairly boring. Nothing, you know, exciting happened. I did do one thing to make sure I was ready because I didn't want to have to do it on stream. I did get our most recent Pokemon Wednesday added up to level 16, which I had completely forgotten that at level 16 Bulbasaur evolves into Ivysaur, and so we get this not nearly as good. It's okay, it's an okay sprite, but Red and Blue just did it better. It was such a better sprite in Red and Blue, and I can't be like unconvinced that it's the better sprite. But I did go ahead and get Wednesday up. Just a quick reminder, Wednesday's name is not really inherently Wednesday. It's actually like Accountability Day, or it can be said as Wednesday Mincing Day. It was one of the random Wikipedia posts, but nothing really fit size-wise. So just opted for Wednesday as a reminder that it was Wednesday Mincing Day, which is a day when a bunch of reports are gone over. A fascinating name, fascinating name. Other than that, we have Ong Kong, which is our Butterfree. Flying high and doing great right now with Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Confusion. Literally just status ailments from one end to the other. Wednesday currently has Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, and Vine Whip, which is great for catching. Brentwood, which is such a better sprite. The back sprite is still crap, but this is such a better sprite. It's like they just reversed the front sprite from Red and Blue, and it just looks bad. And he currently has Scratch, Leer, Low Kick, and Karate Chop, which, again, Karate Chop is actually normal. I did not know that until I started playing this. Caprea, our Pikachu here. Thunder Shock, Double Team, Quick Attack, and Thunder Wave. I am not unhappy at all with this setup. Fanny Hazen, Clefairy has Pound, Growl, Water Gun, and Sing. Another good setup, I believe. And TK, which is Pet, Growl, Leer, and so there you have it. There is everybody. Now we have not caught anything here on Route 24 or 25. I did accidentally kind of come down here and this person caught my attention, so I did have to just battle them. Just kind of trying to see what was going on over here, to see what was where everything was kind of situated. I did grab the TM, that was right there. So the thing is, this is Route 24, so we can get something. I'm gonna talk to this guy because basically he will give you a Charmander. I don't know, he'll give us a Charmander because I don't know what the what his thing is. Do you have to have so many Pokemon or something like that? I don't know. For the girl, we had to have our Pikachu be really friendly to us before she'd give us the Bulbasaur. Now, if we do get the Charmander, he won't get retired is the problem because I need him for Fire Red. So the other option would just be to go into the grass and catch something, which means that is Oddish, Bellsprout, or Venonat. I would not be unhappy with Venonat because Venonat can actually learn Psychic, and that can be very useful for us, especially against Koga. So I wouldn't be unhappy with it, and I feel like eventually I'll end up with a Venonat if I'm gonna use. I do feel like I need to use Jinx early, because once you kind of get past Gens 1 and 2, I think you end up with some better options than Jinx. And she's stronger kind of in these earlier gens. Especially Gen 1, where she doesn't really have much of a counter, and she's going to be very good against dragons, because there's no dark, and the bug Pokemon in this game are crap. So, and that's the thing, I'm like, I feel like as long as I use Jinx somewhere in Gen 1, we're good. I don't know if I want to use her in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but I feel like I need to use her in a Generation 1 game that is not Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee because of the introduction of the Dark typing. But I don't recall, off the top of my head, any real Generation 1 Pokemon getting a Dark typing. Even though Eevee does get an Umbreon evolution, you don't get that evolution in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. It doesn't exist. Only the original 151 exists, as well as the Alolan versions of the Gen 1 Pokemon that you have to trade for. So no kid is running around with a Dark type Rattata that I'd have to worry about. So yeah. Yeah. So, and again, I don't think any Gen 1 Pokemon were retconned to have Dark typing. As far as my memory is serving. I'm almost fairly certain. So, if we go with the Charmander, Erica will be a breeze, pretty much. Hopefully. He has actually moves. Gonna have Ember. And after that, I mean, he'll resist Blame, but it's not really useful. Like, Erica's kind of, like, fire types in Gen 1 are pretty useless, because I really wouldn't even want to bring a fire type out against any of the ice types, because they all have water moves! I mean, I think most of them do. And then if he's Charizard, he's, you know, an Ice Beam anyway. So, let's go south. Let's go south. We'll leave the Charmander. We'll leave the Charmander, and we have to see if we have. I'm going to actually move... who do I want to move? Actually, we're going to use Zang at the top. So, indeed, only Alolan Rattata, Alolan Meowth, Alolan Grimer, Mega Gyarados, and Galarian Moltres. Yeah. Of the original 151, and none of them appear as opponents in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So I still feel like I should probably leave maybe Jinx in them for a little later. But not that you have to, because I have done both of those games without her, I think. I think I tried to catch her in one and she escaped, which really pissed me off. But that's neither here nor there. Let's go south. We have Aang at the top, Aang at the top. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with this first few things. So we're probably gonna get like Oddish or something like that. There you go. Kinda figured that. I do believe I can put this thing to sleep. It should be able to put you to sleep because it is a spore. And does this not... I'm so confused. Is this something that doesn't affect... Okay, so Sun Spore happens, so maybe... I don't know. It's weird. We're definitely not gonna fight. Not with you, at least. So let's bring out Wednesday. And we're gonna do a good old-fashioned Leech Seed. And we're gonna do a good old-fashioned Leech Seed. I don't believe I can leech. Hold on. Oh crap. I think I forgot about that. I don't think you can leech. I think I mistook that. I don't think you can leech grass in these games. Ooh, that was a crit. That was ugly. Let's try a Pokeball now. Alright, that was a crit, so let's go for a tackle. Okay. Now you're fully paralyzed, so go for ball. Okay, there we go. So we got the Oddish on 24. Correct. Dark moves did not exist. Dark moves, well, that's the other thing, that dark moves will exist in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, though. That is something they'll have to take into consideration because they will exist in Fire Red and Leaf Green and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So we will have to deal with dark moves then. Alright, we have an Oddish on Route 24, and our random Wikipedia article will be Amenas Airport. In Amenas Airport, called Zarzaitin Airport, is an airport serving in Amenas, a town in, I'm saying all this wrong, Elise province of southeastern Algeria. It is located 4.6 nautical miles east of Amenas. In 2007, the airport handled 145,070 passengers and had 3,627 aircraft movements. So we shall name you Amenas because that's a little bit shorter. And the in part might confuse people who read it. Alright, so Amenas is your name. Probably not going to be using it, but it can't hurt to have more water types or grass types this kind of early on with, you know, Misty right down there. But I don't think it's going to happen. So, alright, so that was our Route 24 catch. We're just going to go ahead and run from this Pidgey. I forgot to write your name. So, Spearo's name is Taking Fire. I forgot to write that one down. There we go. How to do that for 14K. Alright, so we're going to go pick up some more Pokeballs since I only got a couple left. And Misty's ace is a 21 Starmie. So I still have to beat one of her other trainers, junior trainers. I only took out the one that had the 2 Pokemon. The next one has like one level 19. And our Pokemon are currently 17, 16, 18, 18. So yeah, we're going to go through a little bit, kind of try and get some levels here by fighting the actual trainers. And then Surge is level 28. He has a 20 freaking 8. What do you call it? And I'm trying to figure out how to handle that issue. From Gen 1, already Leech Seed did not work on grass. Okay. Thank you. I'm like, I tried it a couple times and I'm like, wait, I think I looked this up in red, and yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and see what we can catch here on Route 25, which I legitimately believe is the exact same thing. Yes it is. It's the same thing, and it might even be the exact same. So we can run from the Pidgey. The only things we can catch here are Bellsprout or Venonat. I've been looking at Venonat, and I am kind of considering it. Not that we came across one, apparently. Not that we apparently came across one. So we're gonna try and catch the Bellsprout, who might be, I'm not sure now, who's... Man, let's go ahead and try a Pokeball. Okay, that was the safer route. So we did get a Bellsprout on 25. And what shall we name you? Let's find out with a random article. Herman Rostill. Okay? We're going to just name him Herman. But her Hermann Rostel was an Austrian track and field athlete who competed in the 1900 Summer Olympics. At the Summer Olympics 1900 in Paris, he participated in 2 events. In the 1500 meter race, he finished 6th, and in the 2500 meter steeplechase, he finished in 5th. So, Herman, welcome to the box. For now, at least. Okay, yep, got it right. Alright, so those were our 2 catches there. Give him his name, Herman. These 2 ones. Alright, so this guy, okay. So also, if a Pokemon is both poisoned with Toxic and Leech Seed, the amount of Leech Seed also increases. Really? So if you Toxic a Pokemon first, and then use Leech Seed on it, Leech Seed will give you an increased amount of health back? Really? I didn't know that. Like, I knew you could stack that kind of stuff, because one's an actual status and one's a move. But I didn't actually know that one affected the other. Like, I know... what is that move that you used on, like, Geodude to increase his defense? Whatever it's called. Whatever move that increases, like, Geodude's defense. Other Pokemon get it, of course. But he's the one that comes to mind. But I do know that if you use that first and then use the move rollout hits harder. That I knew, but I didn't know about that. That's very interesting. So I'm like pretty sure this guy has rock types. Pretty sure. And I was wrong. So let's go Leech Seed. And we'll just kind of get out of dodge. So our best bet is going to be on here, which is fine. Oh, I didn't even try it. Oh, that was a crit. We're not going to try it now. Definitely not trying it now. We're just going to drop the guy. That's what I was thinking of right there. Defense curl, thank you. That is exactly the move that I was thinking of. Exactly the move I was thinking of. It just was not coming to mind for whatever reason. Nice. That was a crit too. Nice job, Wednesday. Okay. This guy is another hiker. We have 1 potion left. Alright, we'll use it now, and then we'll have to go back and buy some more. We're gonna leave Aang at the top because Aang pretty fast, but could also get off nice statuses, so if we need to slow somebody down or put someone to sleep and bring someone else in, much like you. Much like you. Thank you for the example, Onyx. Thank you for the example. This is the exact type of example I was thinking. Perfect. It's doing pretty good. I feel like that Ong and Wednesday have like a really good synergy. One comes in and just the other just finishes up. But it's obviously going to depend on who's out. Yeah, we're still good on health. So we'll go ahead against this kid. I don't know what he's got, but we're going to start with Ong. Ong is a good lead here. Yep, that's scary. We are faster, which is good. So this lets Brent come in nicely. See the back sprite? It's like what? It's so ugly. It's so ugly. I don't understand it. So that's a bad matchup. Well, this will be better. Yep, just straight Thunder Shock. Ooh, did not kill you. That is... Let's go quick attack so you can't somehow outspeed me. Corn? Oh, if you could have one... If you could be great at one skill right now, what would it be and why? Is is that what you're answering or something else? Because you just said corn. And I'm like, the only corn I know is cornhole or the food corn. Well, there's a band called Corn, but that's with a K. And like a backwards R. So. How is everybody on health? I think everybody's fine.
Who's that Pokemon?
No, it was for Wordle. Oh. My bad. I'm dumb sometimes. We're all good on health. Magmortar has appeared in chat if anybody would like to try and catch that thing. What you got? Oh, that's right. You with the bloody slowpoke. God dang it. God dang it. Come on, go to sleep. Okay. Yeah, this is the safer switch, just in case he wakes up. This is definitely the safer switch in case he wakes up. Okay, he's fast asleep. Perfect. Finish him off with a quick attack. Oh, see, man, that is the very, very same slowpoke that had crit confusioned our Rattata in Pokemon Red and killed him, which kind of irked me. So I would love to be a chef because it's like the only skill I'm lacking for living alone. That is such a good skill. That is actually such a really good skill. Yes, I do know that you can get Mew, and it is through some glitch over in the grass or something. I don't know the specifics of it, but I do know in fact that you can get Mew. And I've never tried it either. I do believe it's something you have to save and maybe reset for. Ooh. Okay, so here's an interesting one. I think I'm gonna... So Stun Spore slows him down. Sleep just puts him to sleep until they wake up. Stun Spore isn't gonna go away. Sleep will eventually go away, not poison. Like, I would love to get Confusion off as well. Like, if we stun and then Prowl, and if we stun them, and so you get the Paracon, or if we poison and get the Confusion, this way they're getting, like, potentially hurting themselves. But Sleep is so good at just knocking them out. I don't think I've poisoned nearly. Let's do, it's done, it's done, it's done, it's done, it's done. It's done. So let's see how well this can work. So you're confused. Didn't do really much there. We didn't get the stun off. Didn't get the stun off. Still didn't get the stun. Wow. Like, come on. There it goes. Okay, so now we're stunned. And they're confused. No, you're not confused. There's that one. Okay. Yeah, it's working okay. It did take quite a few turns to get that paralysis, though. That's a bit unfortunate. You're in a slump. I was just literally trying stuff on you. I'm in a slump. Alright, so I do need to go heal up and pick up some more potions, because I am out. Yeah, oh yeah, I know to use Confusion. I was just trying stuff out to kind of see how well, like, paralysis and Confusion would kind of work together in certain situations. And it's safer trying it there than on somebody harder. So, I know. Confusion, Psychic, and Nidoran's are poison. Let's go 5. Okay. Alright, so we took on the gal. So, man, I just can't ever, you know what, I have to do it this way because I never know if they have rocks or if they have fighting. I never know. I would have to have the thing open to know 100%. I just know he's a hiker, and he does have rocks. Okay. So, who do we want to come out? We'll do Wednesday, because he's not going to have any ground moves. There we go. That's perfect. That's beautiful thing. Another Vine Whip, Geodude, and you're good. Very good. Oh, he has a match off also. Okay, this is where we're going to kind of leap seed. No, he avoided the attack. There we go. That's better. Ooh, that was a crit though. That sucks. Yeah, you're kind of my best bet for this, only because TK. Like, you can actually take a hit. You can actually take a hit. There we go. Wednesday, level 18. See, this sucks. That sucks. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. Oh my gosh. Oh, here they are. Okay. That's fine. Alright. Yep, that's his girlfriend over to the left, by the way. Oh my god. What the frick word is that? Out. There's OUT. Oh, outdoor! Guys, outdoor. The word's outdoor. Ratasha. Go to sleep. Yeah, let's bring in Brent. That makes more sense. You were not a... Oh, did you just wake up? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I don't think Fanny has anything. Yeah, let's go for the confusion. Oh, no, we got the paralysis. Or the poison. God dang it. Please have an antidote. We do. We have. We have like 2 trainers left. Yeah. Alright, let's take on this kid. Alrighty, another Ekans. Very good. Oh, that sucks. Oh god, that sucks. We have to sit through them. Luckily, we were fast enough, actually. Take you to sleep. And you woke up. There we go. That must have been what happened last time. So we're bringing her out because she actually has a water gun. And has decent special, so just kind of getting a feel for the Goku Fairy here. Okay. Alright. Ooh, good word. Which means you're also going to have votes, vetoes. What's the big word? Can't pay attention to that just yet. Ooh, Pidgey. Nope, we're getting out of dodge for you. And we're going to bring in Coon. Let's go, Coon. Take that hit! Take the hit! No! Quick attack. Quick attack. Dang it. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, let's switch. Actually, we're gonna go into TK for this one. Oh, so be it. Oh my god. Good catch. Oh, such a good catch. Such a good catch. That was not gonna come to me, I don't think. That, or I would have thought that it was like a name, and you could, like a name like, you know, event, and you can't use it. All right, let's go get this. Oh, that's my. Huh? What? What's going on? Alrighty. Let's take care of the true blue Pokemaniac, and let's get him taken care of, because it is it's good to have a child handle this situation. Boba! I'm doing a level 100 grind in Oraz. What are you doing with your life? I mean, let's be honest here. I'm sitting here and Nuzlocking game after game after game. What am I doing with mine? We're just in the same boat as all. Congrats, Belgium. Congrats. After we play Let's Go, or I'm sorry, not Let's Go. After we play Pokemonyellow Nuzlocke, we will not do a Nuzlocke after this game. We're gonna play a different one. And that is gonna be up to you guys. So just to let you know, there are currently 6 votes for amongst the 3 games that I have. Currently, they stand at the Pokemon Emerald Mudkip only playthrough with 2 votes. What is it? Nidoqueen, Wrath of the White Witch, is 3 votes, so it's in the lead. And Little Kitty Big City is at 1 vote. So just to let you guys know where they're at, in case you're like, oh, wow, I'd rather you do this. You know, go get your votes in. You can follow the link here to go get one in. And if there is happen to be a tie, I'm going to roll for it, and I'll give 1 odds and 1 evens, or I'll roll a d20 and it'll be like, okay, this is for this one, this is for that one, whichever gets the higher number wins. Something like that. Hey, come on, Koo. I know, you're confused. You're confused. Yeah, nope, still doesn't work. Never mind. Alright, little buddy. Anything around here in this game? Does not look like it. So we battled everybody that we could, excluding her 1 final... Oh, we can take on that guy too? Oh. So you can actually take on the guy just after him to get the dig... Interesting. I think you have to do Crowbar again, because you have to kind of wait until after the lock comes off that you can actually type a word in and use it. Otherwise, I don't think it catches it. Okay, so as I said, we have 1 more trainer after this one right here, because we took on that one earlier. Oh, so yeah, what you want to watch, the only thing you want to watch for is if you type in a word and it takes it, don't type anything yet until it unlocks the next section. Then you can go ahead and do it. That is definitely one thing that I have done multiple times and have had my word stolen and used, which, yeah, whatever. But that is something that I noticed. You cannot type another word until it unlocks again. So I don't remember what Pokemon this person has. I just know it's a level 19. Goldeen! Put you to sleep. Oh no. Okay, we have another chance to put you to sleep. Come on. Come on, go to sleep. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Alright, now we'll bring in Koo. No! Thunderwave! Okay. I don't think Koo is very, strong as far as taking hits here. No. Ignore it! Nope. Whoa! That sucks. Ah, that really hurt. We gotta get you out. Alright, fully paralyzed. Nice. Alright. Well, that's a much, much nicer spray of Goldeen, by the way. Much nicer. Princess! Hello, how are you doing today? Welcome on in. Happy Friday. Happy beginning of the week. Nice catch.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alright, so she's gonna have Staryu and Starmie. I think we're fine on levels, but Brent is obviously not gonna come in. You have a chance of coming in. Okay, let's go do this. Let's deposit. Oh, I already deposited that? Okay. Alright, cool. Withdraw then. We'll do... Let's do 4. So we're gonna go 1 for you. 1 for you. Interesting. Hold on. Your attack is 31 and your special is 27? Really? Okay. Slam is actually pretty good. I think I'm gonna... Quick attack is such a good clean out. Welcome on in, Fan. Yes, welcome on in, Fan. How are you doing? Like, honestly, we're not going to have Pikachu through this entire run because you can't evolve them into Raichu, so... I think the earliest we can potentially, because I was looking through to see kind of where they pop up in this game, and the earliest we can get another electric type is Route 10 with Magnemite. But obviously that doesn't help us now. I'm doing very good, thank you. I'm doing very good. Just, we are in game 3 of 36. We'll definitely ditch the mouse eventually. Not right now, because I do like having the electric on the team. But yes, we will be dropping Pikachu eventually, because you can't even evolve them. We're doing good, like I said, Fan. We are in game 3 of 36 of my Gotta Locke'm All series. We've done Pokemon Red and Blue. We're on Yellow, and then once we get done with Yellow, I'm going to take a break, play a different game, and then once we get done with that game, I'm going to come back and do Fire Red and Leaf Green. So it's a very long-running Nuzlocke series. So, and I'm trying to decide to drop Slam for Quick Attack or keep Quick Attack. Quick Attack is really good for the cleanup. I'm going to drop it, though. We're going to try it. I don't think we're going to keep, like I said, Pikachu through this whole run, so... Okay. There we go. Especially since Pikachu in, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee is actually better, because it gets all those crazy jacked-out moves, but we won't be using that one either, because I need to throw that into a Pokeball and walk some with it to, get points. Alright, yeah, the one in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, I'm pretty sure it's just, like, maxed out, like, all 31 IVs or something. Unfortunately, like I said, we won't be using it because, I want to toss it into the little Pokeball thing that you get, and then I walk with it and get rare candies because I hate leveling up in that game. So we're gonna lead with... We'll still lead with On. We'll still lead with On. We're gonna still lead with On. Yes, the partner Pikachu does have better stats. Yes, I do know that. I do know that, like, both the partner Pikachu and the Eevee both have just better stats than what you could get from a caught one. But I just don't want to use that one because neither one of them can evolve, so... Alright. Let's go, Misty. I'm also commenting like on pretty much all of these compared to Gen 1s. And Gen 1s I feel was better only because this Staryu looks very flat. It looks very flat. No, yeah, they're not like Yellow. Like, Yellow, it's just a, you know, I think if I'm not mistaken, Yellow, it's just a crapshoot. Like, you kind of get what you get, nothing fantastic. Whereas in, like, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, you're guaranteed to get better. Is there? Nope, I saw the word turtle, but there is no E. That's a, maybe turfs? Oh my god, I can't see anything. I can't see another word between turf and turfs. Anyway, let's go sleep. Sleep again. All right, there we go. Let's bring in Koo. And let's do this really quick. So you went for X defend, which is fine because that's not going to help you. Okay, you're still fast asleep. Okay. That is going to leave Pikachu open to the incoming Starmie. This Starmie, it's okay. It's okay. It still feels a little flat. I think the one in Red and Blue was just a bit more dynamic. Where this one's cleaner. This one's definitely a cleaner looking Starmie. But I think I like the more dimensional looking one in Red and Blue. Okay, that's my opinion on this. Let's go Thunder Wave. Okay, so we've slowed you down. One Thunder Shock. Ooh, that did very good. Ugh. I kind of had a feeling that was gonna happen. Like, who are currently retired? All right. Currently retired are Blastoise line, Sandslash line, Wigglytuff, Alakazam, Electrode, Articuno, and that also means that in Generation 2, Igglybuff is of course retired. And then in Pokemon Red, those were all the Pokemon Blue ones that got retired. In Red, I soloed the Elite Four and Champion with just Starmie, so only Starmie got retired in Red, which is very exciting because that leaves a lot of other Pokemon to use. We'll go with a Violet here and see if this is better. Still fully paralyzed. That's so good. Okay, you went for the tackle, and that's it. Yep, I should have just freaking swapped in. That is the problem with Pikachu. It is such a gentle little Pokemon. And we can use Cut outside of battle, which is good. How did you solo the 5 strongest trainers with one Pokemon? Okay, so the way I do it is I go into the gym leader battles and the Elite Four by so the gym leader battles are based on the gym leader's ace. So in the case of like Misty, her ace is a level 21 Starmie. So the Pokemon that go into the battle cannot be higher than level 21. They can be 21 and level up during the battle, but they cannot be 22 going into the battle. And a lot of that's because I don't pay too much attention to how many experience points a Pokemon needs, and I'm not going to start like tracking all that just to make sure they don't like level up. But they have to go into the battle. Yes, I do play with level caps. So the way I do it for the Elite Four is I look at the Elite Four and I look at the champion's highest level Pokemon. And in Red and Blue, the highest level is 65. Whether it's Charizard, Blastoise, or Venusaur, the level cap is 65. So I got everybody to 60, or not everybody, but Starmie, up to 60. 62 or 63. It was level 62 or 63. I want to say 63. And you essentially only need 4 moves on Starmie. And I'm sure you could do this at a lower level, but with me not knowing exactly what that level is, I was like, okay, we'll go 63. That gives us 2 levels. So we shouldn't enter the final battle at 66. But you only need 4 moves in these games to beat the Elite Four. Ideally. The easiest way to do it, I should say. And they are Thunderbolt for basically all of Lorelai's team. The Jinx is the only one that you can't... I don't have like a super effective move on. So it's typically like, okay, what is going to hit hardest to essentially try and 2-shot Jinx. So pretty much her whole team gets one. Oh, well, no. Dugong had like this much life, so Dugong was a 2-shot. Cloyster was a 1-shot. Slowbro, I think, was a 1-shot. Jinx was a 2-shot. Lapras was a 2-shot, all with Thunderbolt. The next move is for Bruno, and that's a combination of, well, Surf and Psychic. And this is why Starmie's so good, because both of those are going to be stab on Starmie. Plus, Starmie's special is so high, as well as its speed. So it pretty much outspeeds everything in the Elite Four. So you can basically 1-shot all of Bruno's team because he's got like the 2 Gyarados, the 2 Onix, the Hitmonchan, the Hitmontop, and the Hitmonchan, Hitmontop, and then Machamp. All of those can be 1-shot with either Surf or Psychic. And then you have Agatha, whose entire team can just be hit with Psychic. If you don't want to waste a Psychic on the Golbat, you can Thunderbolt it, but everybody can be Psychic. After Agatha, you have Lance. You will need to Ether one of those. Yeah, no, Onix is not good at all. all the rock Pokemon in this game can be pretty much 1-shot with like a water or a grass move because they are quad weak to it. So after that, you go to Lance. You'll want to Thunderbolt the Gyarados, Ice Beam the Dragonairs, Ice Beam the Dragonite, and then Aerodactyl is kind of... I think I went with Surf just because I was going to get Stab on Surf to guarantee the 1-shot on the Aerodactyl, but you can use Thunderbolt because it's flying rock, not ground, so it does not resist it. So it's still a, 2 times. But I did go with Surf. And then you had the champion, which was Thunderbolt on the Pidgeot, Thunderbolt on the... Okay, so this one was red. And he had Charizard because I started it with Bulbasaur. Because in red and blue, Charizard can't learn fly yet. They coded him wrong, so he doesn't get fly until yellow. So you Thunderbolt, I don't remember the order of them all specifically. So you Thunderbolt the Pidgeot, you Thunderbolt the Gyarados. I surfed the Alakazam for stab, since Psychic would have just been resisted. I Ice Beamed the Executor, surfed the Charizard, and surfed the Rhydon. So yeah, you only need Starmie to get through the entire Elite Four. I think the only other Pokemon off the top of my head that you can do it with those 4 moves specifically, I think is Snorlax in these games. Because fairly sure Snorlax learns all 4 as well. So I do believe Snorlax can do the same thing. He's just slower. So instead of getting the first move, you're just gonna have to take a hit and go pretty much after a lot of the trainers. So Starmie's just the fastest one to kind of do it with. And again, this is not that you can't do this with other Pokemon. I just find Starmie to be the most ideal Pokemon to do it with.
Who's that Pokemon?
And as to Onyx being fine early, outside of gym battles, I would agree. He's slow, but he's got enough defense and stuff like that. You're not going to get taken out by you're not going to get taken out by an electric or a flying. You pretty much just got to watch out for your grass and water and fighting types. But you do still have to watch out for special, like confusion and stuff, because it is going to hit hard. Because he just doesn't really have the special defense to handle it. But overall, I think like outside of major battles, he's okay. But yeah, not great for the overall game, unfortunately. What do I need to do? I need to go to Bill's PC, and I need to go and box our little Upreya here. Alright, so Upreya, you are our starter. I think I got cocky, thinking that you could pull off the second Thunderbolt and take out the Starmie. I really should have swapped to Wednesday. I kind of had a feeling in my gut that I should have swapped to Wednesday, but I didn't. We could have saved you this humiliation. But it was lovely having you on the team, Koo. You're very fast. I didn't even get to use Slam, which kind of sucks. But I have a feeling that we will see you again in a future installment of Pokemon. Mostly because you're in every single game. You know, like Magikarp is, but Magikarp is only good after he's Gyarados, and you're kind of good in the beginning. So thank you for your service. Okay, who are we going to withdraw? Change box. Let me update my thing over here. I just had a feeling that was going to happen. And when you Nuzlocke, do you play with dupe puffs? I play with dupe and species claws. So, Pikachu being in at least most games makes perfect sense. Yeah. So I do dupes and species claws. I know a lot of people tend to lump those two together, but they are inherently different. Like duplicates claws is like, oh, I caught a Rattata. I came across a Rattata. I can catch something else. Whereas species claws is, oh, I caught a Rattata. I came across a Raticate. Look for something else because Raticate and Rattata are within the same species line. So I do dupes and species claws just to kind of cover all my bases. I was very like Team Star. I'm just updating my list over here. You can't see me, but that is what I am doing. We did lose a Pokemon here. I do a combination, so it's kind of a combination because if you use rare candies, it's faster. But you lose out on, like, the IVs that you get when you actually grind. So it is a combination. Like, just before Misty, I did use rare candies. But prior to Misty, I was leveling up the standard way with, like, grinding or battling trainers. So I try to do a mix of it so that the Pokemon don't really miss out on getting the IVs that they will for defeating Pokemon. Because even though I know you can get the vitamins and Celadon, they're like 10 grand a pop. And that's a lot of money. So I try to at least balance it enough so that they're getting, you know, IVs built up. But at the same time, here's some rare candies to kind of just bump you up to where I kind of want you to be without waiting. Once it gets to the Elite Four, though, I rare candy the crap out of them. I'm like, you know what? This is the last battle. I am not spending hours getting you guys up to like level 60 whatever. And that's just not happening. That takes way too long, and I'd still have to withdraw somebody. Alrighty, so Herman the Bellsprout. I don't want to do a grass because we actually have Wednesday, so we won't do Herman or Amenas. Oh my god. It does not leave me with too many options, does it? Lou the Rattata or Manny the Pidgey? Oh boy. Might be good for the next gym. Yeah, but I'm gonna be getting a... I'm gonna go get the Diglett. We're gonna get cut. But I'm considering not immediately going to the gym for Surge and making my way back up to Cerulean over to Route 9 and 10. Because you have a higher probability of catching Nidoran male or female up there. And while they're clearly not as fast as Diglett, I feel like I'm not sure how I can't remember how the 28 freaking... I play red and blue more than yellow. So the 28 Raichu is more of an unknown to me in how fast it's going to be. I can only estimate with the Pokemon damage calculator on Smogon. So I might consider getting cut and then going back up to Route 9, 10 to see if I can't get myself a Nidoran male or female. Get them bumped up to Nidoking or Queen, and then maybe have both Diglett and Dugtrio, or Diglett and Nidoking or Queen to lead with, to have. Because obviously my flyers are not coming in. And then the others, like Wednesday's the only one that can resist. So that's kind of my thinking right now. I will go with Lou for now. But that's just sort of where I'm at. We will lead with... Okay, so does this guy have the Drowsy? One of these has a freaking Drowsy. And I just don't have a good answer for Drowsy, unfortunately. If we can get you in, we might be able to bring you in to quickly... Leech Seed, maybe. And then maybe bring you back in. Because all you can do is Confusion. And that's not going to hit very hard. That is not going to hit very hard. I do like lots of video games. It's hard for me to always find a game that I like. So style, I like a lot of games, but there are styles of games that I don't like to play. So, for example, I am not a fan of playing Dark Souls. I have watched people play it. My husband has played it. So games that are Dark Souls style are not my jam. Not really big on the open world, and that has a lot to do with me, like, losing focus. So I have, like, my husband and I, we have Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Legacy game. And I only got so far into it because it's just like, oh, what's that over there? Oh, what's that over there? And then I would kind of forget what the frick I was doing. So when I play an open world game, I have to be like very focused on like, okay, where am I going? What am I doing? Don't get off track. This could take half a year to play. So like when I did Scarlet and Violet, I literally looked up online the best order in which to do all of the gym stuff, all the badges in, so I can make sure, be like, okay, I'm going in this direction, I'm going to search around this area, I'm going to collect Pokemon, things like that, but I have a direction to go into. Whereas, like, I have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I've just gotten past Costa del Sol. The Costa del Sol stuff was not very interesting, to be honest. I feel like they've added a lot of stuff in there just to make the game longer. But I will say I am definitely much more of a linear gameplay person. Did I dislike the, they were, yeah, I actually had answered that one. I basically made it a linear game. I just looked up online, I didn't look at the teams or anything, I just looked at the levels. And because on the map, you know where they're located, I went in that direction for everybody. And that really helped me from getting off track. When I play Breath of the Wild, I don't have Tears of the Kingdom. I'm probably never getting Tears of the Kingdom. I had beat Breath of the Wild, and it was a lot of the same thing, like, okay, where are we going? We're gonna take care of this. And I didn't even, like, all those towers that you go to open up pieces of land, I'd be like, okay, we're gonna go to this one, we're gonna open up this piece, and we are going no further than this area within this single, like, tower. And that's it, we're not going anywhere else. So it really helped kind of keep everything, you know, small, so I wouldn't be like, oh my god, there's so much to do. Aren't a good amount of Zelda games fairly open? Actually, no, they're not. You would think they are, but they really aren't. And by open, and I guess by open world, because you could so there's definitely an argument to say that the very first Zelda game is considered open world, because you really can go to any dungeon that you want to and just kind of play as you get stuff. But what ends up happening, especially when you're getting, like, the very first Zelda game I played was Ocarina of Time, and my favorite one is Twilight Princess, and those are actually very, like, on the rails, because you need a letter to talk to this person, but you can't get the letter before you do this thing, so you have to go do this first, or you'll end up needing this item in this dungeon, so you can't beat that dungeon without beating that one first. It's definitely very much more linear than, like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, go wherever you want. You want to skip everything? You can kind of do that too. But I will say, for the older Zelda games that were on, you know, your little 3/4 drop down look, they're not very big. Every area is very recognizable to me, and so just the size of it alone, even if it's like open world-ish, everything is much more familiar, whereas when I'm in a regular open world game, I'm like, oh my god, where the frick am I? Like, I don't even, like, where am I? It's a lot for me. Open world is a lot for me, and that's kind of why I tend to veer away from them. Not that I don't think that they're beautiful games. I think they're fabulous looking games. And I wish I had more of a focus in those kind of games to do them, but they're hard for me to just not start doing this and being like, what was the story again? I don't remember. I just spent an hour looking for shrines. What was I doing an hour ago? And then other kind of games I'm not a huge fan of are, and this is a hard one to say because there's a lot of roguelike games, but it's let me explain it. Like, if you're playing the kind of rogue game where you're going like Darkest Dungeon, I think it's a really good game. I've not beaten it. I can't get past it. I'm just gonna be straight honest with you. But the thing that I don't like about it is that, so you go into this area and it makes up this map and all the backgrounds are kind of the same. And then you go to another area and this area is supposed to be like a swamp or something. So all of those dungeons, no matter how many times you go into them, it's just a remake of the same. It's the idea of not having any sort of exploration that kind of kills those for me, because I do like exploration, but it's hard for me to do the effect of open world. And then I suck at tournament fighters, so I don't play them. I like puzzle kind of games. Like, I love point and click games where you try to like figure out like how all these little pieces fit together and stuff, so. It's more of like a genre, I guess you could say, as opposed to a game in general. One of my favorite open world games though was Immortals Phoenix Rising, because man, I was just like, holy crap, I can pin stuff all over my map, I can go in a straight direction, I find everything. It was a very well thought out kind of open world for my style of play. So, but I still have to figure out what to do with the guy who I think has a drowsy. I hope that answered your question, by the way. I hope it answered your question. I do have to give myself the cascade badge. Bam. Oops. We earned it. Alrighty. Alright. We'll probably... okay. I think we'll go with these three. I think we should be okay. Save before we go there, just in case. Do you like to joke around with your husband? Yeah. My husband and I can sometimes, we have sometimes offensive jokes. So we only keep them between us. But yes, yeah, we do. Like one of the first things, I remember he called me upon finding, I don't watch a ton of anime. I might occasionally watch some here and there. It's very hard for me to find an anime that I like. So I'm like, if I'm going to be investing time into this, then them first 3 episodes have got to be awesome. But one of the first things he called me, and he'll still call me every now and then, is like, if I talk too much about Pokemon, he'll be like, reboot, stuff like that. So he makes fun of me, I make fun of him. It's all fine, but yeah. Okay, so you have a Machop, and I thought you had a Drowsy. Maybe you had the Drowsy in red and blue. Maybe that's what it was. Oh, come on. There we go. That's perfect. That's fine. Are you usually the first person to joke with each other? Also the first to check in when, but also the first to check in when needed. I'm probably the first person, how do you mean by check-in? Oh, hold on, I had an idea, but I was like, maybe I'm wrong. Because I'm thinking, oh, are you okay? Stuff like that. Because if it's in the sense of if something happens, if he notices I'm in maybe a mood, he'll be like, are you okay? If I kind of notice he's off, I'll be like, are you okay? I kind of think that's fairly even there. I think that recently he ended up dropping a weight, or not dropping a weight, but I think he kicked a weight, and he thought he might have broken his toe, but luckily it was just very bruised. I'm more of the kind of are you okay? Do you need to sit down? Do I need to get anything for you? And if he says I'm fine, I might be more apt to be later on, can I get anything for you now? Something like that. Whereas for on my side, he'll be like if I get sick, let's say, or if I say no, everything's good, he's not going to come back later because I've said it's good. So if it's not good, you need to say something. So I'm more apt to be like, are you sure? Are you sure? But not like obnoxiously always, but have occasionally gotten to be a little bit. So I think I'm just more of maybe what you would consider maybe like not a worry wart, but a bit more of a worrier. Stay asleep. My frickin' thing isn't gonna do anything to you. Give me a sec to pay attention here. God damn it, it keeps waking up. Oh, come on. Damn it! And now you've put me to sleep. And you've... sleep powder. God dang it. As far as joking around, I think I'm more apt to joke around first than he is. Not for any reason than that's just more of my personality than his, I guess. This is the stupid. Come on, wake up. Get up. Last potion. God. Come on, thank you. Oh, God. So confused. We got the Paracon going. Come on, hit yourself. Yes! Thank you! Christ, this was the freaking drowsy I was thinking about. God dang it, do you joke with everyone? Oh, that's a good question. I think, so while it may seem that I'm, very, like, outgoing, maybe, like, socially, I tend to be very shy. So, right out the gate, I am probably not joking really with people unless they do something that shows me it's okay to joke. And then any joke I make is going to be a very light joke because I don't know their real, like, joke style. So it won't be anything like I would joke with my husband. And also I can catch nothing on Route 5 because they are all duplicates or retirees. That really sucks. Give me a second to write that in. Not soups. Right. Let me get over to... Let me see Route 6. Nope, I don't want the trainers. I need the Pokemon. And Route 6 is the exact same, so we can't catch anything here. That sucks. Probably should have seen that coming. Probably should have seen that coming. Alright. So yeah, I would say that when it comes to joking, I'm more apt to allow people to initiate the joking. Unless it's something like, you know, like if you're in like, I don't know, line somewhere and you make like a light joke with somebody you've never met or anything, it's pretty well received. But overall, I would say, like, I would joke with one of my husband's friends, but not his wife, because like she and I aren't really close in any way that would warrant me being kind of okay with joking with her, I guess. Ours is like, he's sort of like very much more of an acquaintance relationship than really knowing somebody. So you're not gonna do let's see what you can do. 130. Probably be sitting down here in just a minute. Like I said, I did go to the gym this morning, so can we get a sing? That was a crit. We got the sing though. That's very nice. Wait, how are we gonna do waterflies? Really bad. Really bad. Can we get? Okay, Gus won't kill us. That was a crit. Now we need to get out of dodge. Hello, lady. There you go, coming in with the nebula. And this is why I kind of wish I still had a Pikachu. What do you like doing when you're not playing Pikachu? Oh, well, my husband, I don't know if you can see, I'll step out of the way a little bit, but back here from off screen to over here, these are all cubbies, and pretty much all of them have board games, or I should say tabletop games, because not all of them have boards. So my husband and I actually quite enjoy tabletop gaming, and it's not like Monopoly. It's possibly some stuff you've never heard of, some stuff you may have, like we have Catan, which is definitely one that people have heard of, but we also have like Mysterium, House on Haunted Hill, Isle of Cats, Gloomhaven, which was a very big tabletop RPG dungeon crawling style game. So we definitely like board gaming or tabletop gaming. And in fact, next Thursday, we're going to our local game store, and we've already signed up for it. But we are going to learn to play D&D. And if we enjoy it, it'll probably be something where we're going to start going into local D&D games. Let's bring out PK. This is so tough. And I didn't get any freaking potions. I didn't get any potions. So you don't have any... So Gust is not a flying type move in this game, which is good. So let's go back into all. Gust is not a flying type move. I forgot that. A good DM is hard to find these days. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're going to the game store that we go to, and they have groups that meet up there and everything. So I am hoping that should we be able to find a group, thank God, I need to go back up because I forgot to get... Am I competitive? Oh, so I don't really think I am, in the sense that, like, so take Pokemon for example. Would I like to be better at it in the sense of where I can put moves together and really good teams together and actually battle against people? Sure, but at the same time, there's so much to learn in the in that regards that I would have to. I feel like I would have to be like, okay, this is what I'm going to focus on, and that alone. So, no, we do not have any characters created simply because it is a learning game, so you don't have to bring anything with you because they're going to have pre-made characters and they're going to go over everything with you, so you don't have to make a character. It is strictly just to learn to play the game. Let me sit down really quick because my... Oh no, cancel that. Like I said, I've been on my freaking butt all morning so far. do is, so like, let's say my husband and I decide, yeah, we actually really enjoy this, we want to continue playing and whatnot. What they will essentially freaking do, there's a 16 Eradicate coming up. I had to see what this kid had because I knew somebody was going to have something devastating. It's a 16 Eradicate. Freaking Eradicates. I can get Brentwood out, that would make me feel a lot. Because I know Spearo's gonna have a peck on him. Defense is 25. I don't know if it's. I'm trying to think if I should go ahead and just evolve him up. I don't know how long he's gonna be staying. I really kind of want Brent to take care of that Eradicate. We have Brent take care of the Eradicate. Who's gonna handle the Spearow? So yeah, so the way they do it is, if we enjoy playing, and we don't have a group to play with, which we obviously don't, since we'll be new to it, you can do, I think once a month, they have a, I guess you could call it a buy-in game, because one of the, I think it's one of the employees will basically come in and they set everything up and they, they'll DM a standalone game. So this way you don't have to come up with anything. But should my husband and I like it, we will have to make a character, or at least get some sort of starting character to go into those games with. So it's going to be a huge learning curve, I think, on our part. Let me look up this. Let me look up Clefairy real quick. I'm trying to think if I should just evolve now. If there's any point in leaving them evolve. Some DMs make exemptions. Maybe you can be a boxing necromancer, but instead of undead, you can be a cat necromancer. I feel like when we get to the point of like creating a character and stuff, I'm sure I'll find a way to have something, but I think for the first time, we'll probably stay within like the setup. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any reason to not. Really doesn't look like any reason not. Your moves are gonna be crap anyway. That light's really good. Nice. Then if game allows pure class and yeah, I think what they're gonna do is they're just gonna teach us strictly the basics. So I don't know what that includes as far as D&D. My whole thing with RPGs, this has been essentially video. So there's gonna be concepts that I'll get and understand, but oh my god, defense curl at freaking 39. I don't want you. Interesting. You can learn psychic. You can't learn surf though. Can't learn surf. Wow. Okay, you're almost done. One, need a backstory to it's fun, but I've got no good imagination. Yeah, that's probably it's Arc, A-R-C. It's Arctic, so there should be 2 C's in there. I think I'm gonna take a moment. funny because when I say Arctic, I say Arctic. I don't say Arctic. I don't say Arctic. I'm not sure many people do say Arctic, even though that is the way it's supposed to be said. Bad matchup. I'm trying to kind of see where we're at here. I don't really want to spend a lot of time doing this. Oh, God dang it. Trying to see if you're a bit... I think you'll be good. I haven't had a real chance to fly with you. Do you like walking? I like walking, hiking. I am not a fan of running. Not a fan of running. Not a big fan of the run and jog kind of deal. So, if I have to pick one, I would rather walk than anything else. I don't mind doing weights and stuff, surprisingly. I joke with my husband that when I go to the gym, I'm like, hey, I'm off to pick things up and go and put them down again. Just, I need to laugh at it. He's definitely much more working out at home. Seems like it'd be a good combination of water growl. Or growl and water. Get you up to 18. Yeah. Oh. I forgot there was Sand Slash for Sand Shrew. Alright, calm down, lady. Calm down. Oh. Why do you want to scratch? You said choker. I mean, come on. Hey. What are you guys? Not sure what I just heard. Choke him. Choker, I barely know her. Oh god, you guys are silly. Alright, trying to learn double slaps. So, alright, let me look at something really quick. So double slap is 15, pound is a guaranteed 40. So double slap is only good if it hits at least 3 times. Otherwise, if it only hits twice, it's only 30. And it's, yeah, really. Banding, yeah. Double slap does not seem good. Do you like everything? So, Toast, hello, welcome on in. Alright, so do I like every Pokemon? I will say, on the outset, no. Some Pokemon have definitely grown on me. It can hit more than twice. You're 100% correct. So for me to have replaced Double Slap, I would have preferred that in a later game where you get, I can't remember what item it is. There is an item that you can give a Pokemon and it basically increases the times moves similar to Double Slap hit. And so with that, so like since Double Slap is only 15, in this game, I'm guaranteed 30 base power. Or base 30 base, because 15 and 15. But because I can't guarantee that I'm going to get that third, especially with only an 85 accuracy, Pound is essentially better in that regard. To me, at least. If it were a later game, and I had the item that they could hold, that would pretty much guarantee that they hit it like 3 or more times. It might even be the full 5. I don't remember that. But, if I had that, I would probably have given more consideration to Double Slap. but because I can't really guarantee to get that 15 multiple times, it's like, What's nice though, which is I think a Gen 1 only thing, is if those moves crit the first time, they crit every time, which is very nice. But I don't really quite think it's still worth it. But it is weird, and I get how they call it double slap. So like the animation of the move is psh, psh, so that's a double slap, right? But it can go psh, psh, more than once. So I mean they might as well just call it double slap. And it would have been not even a little bit confusing at all, because you don't know when she's gonna stop. I need a team for the Elite Four and have all 3 legendary birds. I think you're set. Is it a possible translation error? Y'all, we meant to say double slap, but we said double slap. Oh god, if that were I don't see it being one, but it would be interesting to... Ooh, yes. No, Lou! Come on. You got one job. It's Hyperfang. You got Hyperfang. That's your job. Your one job is Hyperfang. We're just trying to get him up because I'm not really sure what I'm getting. I don't think I need him. Honest to God, I think we might go. We might go. I think I'm gonna go. Yeah. Alright. I think so. Opinion. I would like people's opinion. Clefairy gets the move Minimize at level 24. Is it anybody's opinion that we should wait out Minimize at 24 or just evolve up to Clefable? I'm heavily leaning towards just evolving straight to Clefable. Because after we evolve, you do not learn anything else. It's straight TMs from there, which means everything has to be a TM. I don't know if we're gonna keep Homeboy on the team the whole time, but it's actually round trip slap in Japanese. Clefable minimizing is so bad. Okay. The good kind of bad, or it just sucks bad because every time you try to hit them, they're already minimized. I need clarification on which is bad. I think what you're saying is that if my Clefairy minimizes, that's bad for the opponent. And that's why it's so good on Clefairy. But when bad can be used to being good, I do need a little bit of clarification. I'm highly considering it. I'm gonna go pull a single Moonstone out. Oh, you don't use moves that do not damage. Okay. Round trip slap makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can definitely see. I guess the problem was they're like, well, what are we supposed to call this when we don't have enough characters, you know? I actually do like moves that don't attack outright because they do help me. They definitely help me. Lentil. The word is lentil. At least one of them is lentil. What TMs do we have? Let me see what TMs we have. I'm assuming you strongly dislike Splash. I have found one single use for Splash. One single use for Splash. Shocking. I know. Hear me out. let me do this. Gen 1. I need to see my TM's list. Give me a sec. So my single use that I have found for Splash is when I'm trying to catch a Pokemon in a Nuzlocke. Obviously, you don't want to kill them because you only get the chance to catch that Pokemon. Well, what I've noticed is that I like to use Leech Seed to just slowly, especially when my Pokemon are so much higher. Leech Seed is so good at just nicely chipping away until it gets to a nice little area where we can start chucking balls. Well, if all of my Pokemon all just have attacking moves, like what I'll do is I'll Leech Seed, and then if like Ivysaur is still out, I'll just growl. So it just lowers their attack, and I can just sit there leeching, and then I'm pretty much guaranteed not to knock them out, right? But if I run out of growls, or, you know, I want another Pokemon out for whatever reason, maybe like just a better type matchup to preserve my Pokemon's personal health. That's the only reason I can see for Splash, because you can trade in to get Gyarados, let's say, with Splash, because you haven't changed it out yet, and just Splash, and it won't do anything. And you just Splash until you run out. It's the only thing I have ever come up with that I'm like, what can we use Splash for? It's the only thing I've ever come up with. So there you go. Alright, so TM1 is Mega Punch, TM4 is Whirlwind, and 45 is Thunder Wave, which I really like. And we don't have Pikachu anymore. But we're coming up to Drowsy, who I really like the Thunder Wave combination. Might skip that one. But as far as disliking Pokemon, because I know you asked me, do I like all Pokemon? So on the outset, no, I don't like all Pokemon. In fact, I have not used the entire Sobble line or the Quaxly line because I don't like the way they look. They are not a Pokemon that I am visually a fan of. I have not really used Dunsparce because, again, there's a lot I'm not visually a fan of. So there's those. Ones that have grown on me, and I'm gonna get to my least favorite Pokemon here in a minute, but I'm gonna let you know the ones that have grown on me first. So the ones that have grown on me are the ones that actually look like objects. Because when I think about it, I finally understand why they look like objects. And it is because they are essentially mimicking what they see around them. And it's like a natural thing that, like, especially insects will do, where you have leaf bugs and stick bugs. I can't, there was an animal, I can't think of it. I think it's tail or something. It's something like that, that it did it to be like a snake, so people will think it's a rattler, but it's not a rattler. I don't even remember what animal it was. But, and so animals naturally will mimic things that really exist. And so that is what those Pokemon are. They're mimics. So like in other RPGs like Final Fantasy, you'll have the chest mimic. Well, instead of having a chest, you have the Voltorb line and the Fungus line, which are meant to mimic Pokeballs in the outer world, overworld, so that you go and try to pick them up. And oh gosh, it's a Pokemon. And then you have ones like Vanillish and Drifloon and stuff like that. And they are essentially mimicking what they see. And I find my personal headcanon for like the Vanillish line kind of horrifying. And I don't think we're going to change its moves out because I'm not sure what we're going to be getting. But I think I might. Oof, I might. I kind of find my personal headcanon for the Vanillish line a little bit horrifying, like I said. Because in my mind, Vanillish in the line mimicked an ice cream because they noticed that the most vulnerable of the human species, children, very much like ice cream. And so in an effort to eat, they mimicked ice cream so that children would run towards them. They became a snack. Same thing with same kind of concept with Drifloon. They evolved eventually over time to look like balloons because, again, they noticed that the most vulnerable species, humans, children, loved balloons, so they look like balloons. Ones like Litwick and stuff look like candles and chandeliers and stuff because they're ghosts, and they're essentially mimicking something that they see humans have, and in an effort to absorb their soul is what I think they eat like. They had to mimic something that people were going to find unassuming in their home, so I don't think they all look exactly like that in my head, right? I actually think they take more on the form of the ones in the home, so all Chandelure in my head don't look exactly like that. They look kind of like if you have a chandelier or a whatnot in the home, they look more like that. And so they kind of wait around and in locations where they know people are taking off and go eat their souls. So I tend to find that my headcanon for the Pokemon that look like things, that a lot of people are like, oh, that's really stupid, it's just a set of keys. I'm like, that Pokemon is trying to eat you. I'm pretty sure it's trying to eat you. It's mimicking keys because it wants you to think it's a set of keys, and it's going to eat you. That's my headcanon. So it makes them a little bit more horrifying. You're welcome. Let's see. We're going to lead with you, actually. Against this kid. Now, as far as my least liked Pokemon. So, the reason I dislike this particular Pokemon is for the horrifying things he did to me. And that was, stop. That would be, hold on. What is that thing called? Diaper one. Do you agree it's odd that some animals have clothed-looking skin? And how come Pokemon don't seem like they? So as far as, do I think it's odd that some animals have clothed-looking skin? Yes, I do. I think it's weird. I have no explanation for why Machamp has a belt. I have nothing. Except that's just the style that they went with. So I've got no real answer to those kind. Unfortunately, I just don't. Oh god, it didn't work either with it. God dang. Give me a sec. Alright, Brett, I need you to take this thing out. Give me a sec. had to focus. Raticates terrify me in this game. Raticates absolutely terrify me in this game. So yeah, I don't really have much of a real good explanation for the clothing outside of it evolved that way. Again, evolving what it saw. I can't really think of a valid reasoning for it outside of it saw humans and they eventually, I don't know. I've got really very little to go on with that. I think it's weird. I don't think it makes any logical sense. So, yeah. And as far as the trainer part goes, to be quite honest, I kind of just accept it as more a mechanic of the game as opposed to anything else. That's you're different. I just caught a Squirtle that was always getting an initiative. Oh, no. Okay, so we can't take him because we've already. So there's really no good explanation. Like, they try to make it out to be like, oh, but Pokemon, they love their trainers and they're so happy with them and yada yada. But I'm just like, I don't buy it. I don't buy that this very, very fierce looking dragon is your friend, is so your friend. You just came across it. It knows nothing about you. That's a very high level thing. It knows nothing about you, right? Nothing at all. And you expect me to believe that that Pokemon that you just met and defeated in a battle is what? Your BFF? I can't buy it, right? I just can't buy it. So it's more that I just don't really go get on with, you know, basically. I definitely just chalked that up solely to a mechanic of the game that they didn't want the game, because the thing is, Pokemon is at its core, and this is something I think a lot of people tend to forget when they're like, they need to make Pokemon harder and this and that, and I'm like, yeah, but they've always have said as at its core, it's a children's game. It's not meant to be specifically for adults, you know. They want children to be able to play the game at a certain age, obviously. And so the idea of telling kids that, well, you battle this Pokemon and it becomes your friend, it's an easier pill to swallow, if you will. Again, I don't buy it by any stretch of the imagination. I don't, you know. So I think that is personally just a mechanic of the game. And do they? I don't. Like, I genuinely think that if you're gonna look at this from a realistic standpoint, I don't for a second believe that, like, at its core, this is it's an RPG style game with thousands of animals that instead of having mages and warriors and things like that, it's all of your mages are like Alakazams. All of your warriors, which are your heavy, like a hard-hitting Pokemon, are like, you know, your high attack stat, fighting type, let's say. Your slow but hard, you know, defensive Pokemon essentially just take over the tank role. Like, these are all just, it's over 1,000 different characters that comprise a variety of classes in your standard RPG. And instead of visually representing them as a band of humans or elves, orcs, dwarves, mermaids, fairies, what have you, they are represented by animals. So, do I think that you walking up to a Spearow with a Pikachu and thunder shocking the Spearow to its low health and then throwing a ball at it and somehow befriending them? No. I strictly think that the entire concept of the friendship in Pokemon is meant to make it appealing to younger players. Adults who play this game are under no they're not under any belief that you're friends with them. I will say that if I'm doing a Nuzlocke that isn't this style of Nuzlocke, where I'm having to do one after the other, I'm gonna have more of a story in my head that might make me care more about them. But Robert Parsons, by the way, when we do names for this one particular run, it is random Wikipedia entries. So this one is Robert Parsons, the composer. Robert Parsons was an English composer of the Tudor period who was active during the reigns of King Edward VI, Queen Mary I, and Queen Elizabeth I. He is noted for his compositions of church music. So, welcome, Robert Parsons. Oh my god. Oh, that's Robert Paulson. His name is Robert Paulson. If you've ever watched Fight Club. But I can't fit all of Parsons, so we're just gonna go Robert. We'll go Rob Parson. We'll go Rob Parson. I think we can fit that. I will say when you're doing Nuzlocks like these that are for a specific reason, I do tend to lose a bit of the feeling of, you know, these are my, you know, I don't want them to die. I don't want them to die in this because I have a use for them. Which, speaking of which, we actually move a trade out here. It teaches them the ROG matches. If you want this person to like you, beat the hell out of them, right? There you go. And I will say, I think the anime really helps with the theming that they're getting towards this. Because when you do watch the anime, especially when you had like the relationship with Pikachu and Ash, like how good friends they were, it's very, very believable that you are in fact friends with this particular Pokemon. So I do think in that regards, the anime really, I think, pushed it so that you get that feeling a little bit more. But I don't really think that in the game, like if you just play the games only and you've never seen the anime or something, you're really not gonna get it. Because unlike when you play an RPG like Final Fantasy X, let's say, you meet, I know his name is Titus, I say Titus, just have to accept it. When you play that game, you start off meeting him when he's Xanarkand, and spoiler alert, guys, this game's been out forever, so if you haven't played it, too bad. But you follow him through his journey to meeting Lulu and Riku, and him falling in love with Yuna, and it's you get attached to the characters in that fashion, but I don't think you get the same feeling from a Pokemon game because there's over 1,000 Pokemon, and they don't have a backstory excluding the legendaries, so we're only looking for Drowsy. I think Drowsy is the only patch here. Outside of the legendaries, they don't have a real story, so that blows. Run, thank God. So it's harder to get the same feeling when you're playing like a Pokemon versus playing like a Final Fantasy. Why are there so many Pidgeotos here? Can you do Play 2? What is Play 2? I've not heard of that. Or do you mean can I play also, as well as talking? And I can, if that's the thing. It's just hard. There we go. That's the homeboy I wanted. There's the homeboy. Okay. Now let's get Wednesday out for that chip. Let's get that chip ahoy going with that little leaf seed. Why did you not get that? Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Rants are the best. Rants are all I have. Plato, the Greek person. Oh, Plato. Ah, okay. So you're asking for Plato as a Pokemon name. I don't see why not. I mean, if you'd like that, yeah, we can do that one. I'm sure he's a Wikipedia article. And I feel like if we can go ahead and catch Drowsy here, Plato would be a really good name for him. We can do that. I'm on board for that. Okay. I am not gonna... I think we can confusion him just fine. Yeah. I just gotta be careful not to confuse him, which would be scary. What do you think about Pokemon befriending you along the way while traveling? I don't mind it. Unless they make the mechanic more rewarding. So, okay, so here's an example. When you play, and I think this started in Gen 6. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it started in Gen 6. Where if your Pokemon, you do like the Pokemonnuzlocke thing, and you make your Pokemon more friendly towards you, during gameplay, they can survive a hit. They will remove status effects against them. That is the only time it really feels worthwhile having your Pokemon befriend you. Like outside of return. Outside of the move return, which is the most effective when the Pokemon has a high friendship with you, or when you're evolving. Like, obviously, you need like Togepi to evolve that way. You need some of the evolutions to evolve that way, etc. So outside of the very mechanics of evolution or return, prior to Gen 6, again, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it's Gen 6 that I think was the one that introduced Pokemonnuzlocke and really upping the benefit of friendship. I only have 3, so we have to catch him. Okay, we caught him in 3. And we've been asked to call him Plato, and Plato is definitely a thing in here. I think it's just Plato, correct? Yes, it is just Plato. Okay. Shambishi is what we would have gotten. Shambishi is a football soccer club. Okay. So we're gonna name you Plato, and you're going on the team for sure. So, I think that, and that's why they were on. And I prefer the backstory of Ash in a coma after the massive shock. That is definitely one of the theories, or I guess theories is what you would call it, that people have. That I actually think it's a good. I think it's a good theory. I actually think it's a really good one, and that's why they were all his great friends. I think it was a really good theory because, and here's my reasoning behind it, and it has less to do with the Pokemon and more actually to do with who are we gonna swap out? Give me a sec, because we're definitely keeping Rob on the team. I really like Wednesday for catching, but I can't retire Wednesday because I need you for leaf green. Danny's been doing pretty good, especially since it's only water type right now. We can definitely catch Gyarados, obviously. We're not going to be retiring Gyarados in this game, though. Just an FYI. What benefit do we have to having the grass type right now outside of catching? Which we can go back and pull you out every time we go back, right? Yeah. So what benefit would we have outside? What gyms do we have? Psychic, not going to be any good in there. Not really going to be any good in poison. Not going to be good in fire. Grass is fairly neutral. Thunder, you can resist the lightning at least. You could be good in the earth gym, though. Game's too hot. But so can a water. Let me grab it, though. Yeah, we're gonna probably use you for that. There's nothing a water type can't handle when it comes to Giovanni. Yeah. So when it came to like that theory, I actually really like that theory a lot too. Because the reality is that you're correct. In what universe is Misty and Brock going to leave their post? Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Give me a sec. I want to do one thing before we do this. I need to do one thing. I did make a boo-boo. I wanted to do one thing before we leave here, and I forgot to do it. I forgot to go fishing. Because we're gonna try and get ourselves a Magikarp here, and then we're gonna just immediately go with Gyarados, because there is no universe in which I'm not doing that. But yeah, it always like this is such a bad Magikarp sprite. Ooh, I don't like that. Nope. Red and blue was way better. Way better. Good old splash. But yeah, it's like, why would Brock, and here's the thing, why would Brock leave his post as, because here's the thing, and so you have to get, like, here's the thing with Brock. And in the anime, they flesh out his story where Brock's parents left, right? And because his parents left, that left him in charge of all of his siblings. And I forgot to buy Pokeballs. I better have at least some in my freaking bag. I have a Great Ball and 2 Pokeballs. Okay. In the anime, Brock's parents left. And he was left to raise his siblings. So, Brock is the only one taking care of his siblings. And being the gym leader, 1, keeps him near home, where his siblings are, the ones he has to take care of. And 2, it probably is what pays the bills. I'm sure his parents send stuff back. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, I do genuinely think that his parents probably send money to the house. But they're not actively home. And if they're not actively home, who's taking care of all those kids? Brock is. And if Brock's not home, who's taking care of all those kids? You see the problem. We're going to go ahead and name Magikarp Shimbishi. So Shimbishi is a football, aka soccer club from Zambia. Based in Shimbishi, they are playing in Zambia National Division 1. They play their home games at Shimbishi Stadium. It could be also said Chombishi, I don't know, but we're going to go with Chom. They're kind of a SH-ish, so. If anybody actually knows how to say it, feel free to correct me. But that is, yeah, I don't think that Ash himself really went on the that trip and everything. It just doesn't really sit right and make a lot of sense. So, yeah. Okay. This sucks. We're definitely depositing down. Where's Sham? There you go. But what TM did you get from Misty? What TM did you get from Misty? Let me see what these are. It's one of these two, 11 or 28. What is today? Bumblebee. Okay, so we got both. You are level 5, so we're gonna have to withdraw. Because ain't no way I'm wasting that. No, his troops was far more realistic for an underage child sent out to fend for themselves and travel the world. Well, here's an interesting thing, and it's a very Japanese thing, which is why I tend to think outside of Japan, it's very unusual. So, but if Ash is in a coma, why haven't we seen anything other than the shock as proof? I just think it's a good thing, like a theory, but I'm gonna explain something that, like, I didn't even know this until I had learned about this a few years ago. Okay, so in Japan, children, very young children, like what we would consider like elementary school, so maybe like literally like 5 and 6 year olds, okay? Very young children. They are taught how to go to places on their own. So if you go to Japan, it is not unusual then to see a child going to the store for their parents and bringing something home for them. So what they do is the parents go with them first, so they start to learn the route to how to get there. And then the child will eventually, and this is what I've seen, I don't know exactly if it's always the same way, but the child will walk ahead so that the child guides the way and the parent follows. And then as they go, the parent is consistently removed out of the situation, and then the child basically learns how to go places on their own. That can be school, shops, whatever. And it's a very common thing. So in Pokemon, where you have a 10-year-old child going out on a journey around whatever region they're in, that is actually a, how do I feel about this Gyarados? It's very circular. It's very circular. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'm not sure yet. Wrong bit. Nope, still wrong one. There we go. So doing that, and I'm assuming when the kids go to buy some. Yeah, so right, so like let's say the parents need milk for something, right? They can send a young child to go and get that because that young child will know how to get there. They will have been taught the way, and in Japan, the adults actually will look out for the children. So in that instance, kids are out there on their own doing these things because they are raised to do them. And we find it unusual because there's like no way in the world would you kind of let your kid, like in the US, let's say, especially that young, go and do that, because that's like, no, your kid is probably gonna get kidnapped. So look, it's like a little snake. So in that regards, it's like, when you're looking at it through that lens, Pokemon makes sense. When you're looking at it through like my lens, even I'm like, why is a 10-year-old going on this journey? Which is where things like that theory come up, because to an outsider, that's like, why is a 10-year-old literally traveling around your Kanto, let's say, on their own or with some friends they picked up along the way? That's common there. So for us, it may seem odd, but for them, it is definitely not an odd thing. So that's one basic, that's the whole explanation for that. So when you're looking at it from the perspective of, if Ash was in a coma, why have we not seen anything other than the shock as proof? It's just a theory. Realistically, there isn't a lot of proof to be had outside of things like, why hasn't Ash aged? You know? It's kind of, those are essentially the things you're looking for explaining why. Oh, that's such a cute Growler. That's actually a cute Growler. For explaining that kind of stuff away. There are no, like, if you're trying to explain away the proof, it's like, why hasn't Ash aged can be said for many fictional characters. No, that's the thing. It can be. I think one of the things about aging in characters, that one's such a tough one because of the way they draw them. They often draw them to kind of appear so much younger than they are. Or some characters look super young, but they're a lot older. So, yeah, it's weird. Like, in all honesty, did Ash go on these adventures to all these different places? The answer is yes. Yes, he did. And it has to do with the culture of Japan versus elsewhere. So yeah, he did go on it. But what proof is there that he didn't and it was all just a dream? I mean, there really isn't. Outside of that single shot and the fact of, like, why would Brock and Misty leave their post as gym leaders to go on this journey? Boy, am I glad that I'm catching yet another awesome stream after the day I had to work at my charity shop. Because we have a new volunteer and she is Polish and I cannot understand. Oh gosh, that is so tough for me. I feel so bad when people have an accent and I can't understand them. I feel bad because I'm just like, it's nobody's fault. It's like, it's an accent. And if you're not around certain accents, like there are certain people who talk in the US and I'm just like, what? Like their accent is thick and heavy. And they talk quickly and I'm just like, what are you trying to say to me? That is so tough. And I can't understand her accent. And today she found a shirt and shorts collar that is ideal for this warm weather that she helped me into. And she meant well. And just wearing it was not my style, and I felt like not like me compared to the hoodies that I wear instead of shirt and shorts. I hate them off. That's fair. It's hard because you don't want to be like rude to somebody. God, how do you, like, I guess the way you can get around that, we see gym leaders leave their gym sometimes. This is true. This is true. That is true. They are not always at their gym. But I don't tend to see them traveling much. I tend to see them more like out and about if there's no trainers available. We definitely have to have you ready. Yeah, so yeah, we actually need to go through all of this, otherwise we're gonna miss all of these if we get cut. Okay, so yeah. Oh, okay. If you're wondering why I'm checking the beds, there is like a hyper version or something at one of these beds. I just don't remember which. Like, the only thing I can tend to come up with is telling somebody I think the outfit is really cute. It's just really not my style. It is the best I can think of. Oh my god, why are you getting both ways? Oh god, now you're safe. And we confused anyway. I have to think of their names. Oh my gosh, their names aren't familiar to me right now. Ew. I do want to do one thing. You didn't travel anywhere, girl. You didn't travel nowhere. You can't, okay? Sometimes they let you dig in such the weirdest places. I need to go clean up all this stuff. Do you have teleport, by the way? Play-Doh? You don't. Okay. You don't. That sucks. I guess you could tell, you know, just be like really nice and just be like, you know, it's not my style, but I think the outfit's really cute, but it's not my personal style. I think that's a really good way to kind of get out of it. Because you definitely shouldn't want to feel uncomfortable. It's actually taken me quite a bit to just be like going to the gym and wearing like gym shorts instead of just my leggings because it's hot in the gym, and it's taken me some time to get comfortable with that, so I do understand that in my own personal way. You have a huge birthmark that goes all the way down the right leg to the foot. No, that's fine. One of my nieces, she has a birthmark. It kind of looks like it's in the shape of Australia. That's the best I can say, because you can imagine the shape of Australia. You kind of have the idea of what the shape is, and it's kind of like right here on her, and she doesn't care anything about it. But she doesn't get, nobody's said anything about it, like, you know, people, so at least people don't say anything about it, but oh, I didn't want to do that, idiot. We're gonna lose you. Don't lose you to stupidity. But that's totally fine. Yeah, you should definitely wear what you feel most comfortable in. Do I see my family a lot? Unfortunately, no. So, okay, so quick thing. I said it last time because it just dawned on me. This right here, this guy, I'm a global police agent. We talked about this in Pokemon Red, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Looker from the future games. But unfortunately, no. I don't see my family a lot because I used to see them more when my husband and I did live Florida, but last October, we decided to move to Georgia, which is where we live now. And I don't see them hardly ever unless I go down there or they come up here. So the last time I saw them was it was earlier this year when they came up for a weekend visit, and then my dad stayed for the week and then went home on Saturday. So if my husband travels to Florida and he's gonna do like a 3-day trip there for work, there are times when I'll go with him, and if I can see them, I'll go and see them then. But they are the family that I would see the most often. Outside of that, a lot of my family lives in South Florida, and we don't really, I mean, if I happen to be down there, I might see if they're available, but it's not like a huge thing. Do you call or text your family? Oh man, I'll text my dad every now and then or call him, but we are not phone people. Like, we are like the worst when it comes to being phone people. I'm gonna not do this area yet because I tend to remember it better. I am terrible on the phone. I am terrible at chatting on the phone. I tend to go really quiet pretty quickly. So I prefer texting. Overall, I prefer texting, so. And then as far as a lot of my family in like Florida or something. God dang, why did you crit? One sec. At least I can. Oh, come on! Give me a sec. I mean, this is gonna be over. That is a much better backstory, I think. Anyway, so we're not big on texting or things like that. We, like, with my family, more of the, extended family, it's kind of like you text every now and then, hey, how's everything going? Everything's good, blah, blah, blah. You just kind of catch up that way, and that's really good for us. There's really not a lot of long, drawn-out conversations and stuff. But it is always good to see them. I don't dislike any members of my family. I have no quarrels with anybody. My sister and I have quarrels, of course. We're sisters. But I don't have any, like, issue with any members of my family or anything. So whenever we do get together and I get to see them, it's always nice to see them. But with living much further away and the fact that a lot of them can't afford to travel, this is kind of like seeing them every now and then is, you know, it is what it is. So you got bullied at your first school as a result, and your big brother was my monitor at playtime in the playground so that I wouldn't get bullied further, but ended up moving schools. And that was where I was for 6 years, and was also how I got to support the Scottish football team. But, oh, dang! Nice! Congratulations on the second half, obviously. And then also having a good brother. Not everybody can have a good brother, so I'm glad that you do have one that was really able to kind of stand up for you. Are you and your sis close now that you're adults? Ooh. Are we closer now that we're adults? That's a good question. I don't, no, I wouldn't say we're closer now that we're adults. And a lot of that has to do with, when my sister and I were younger, we used to be super close. but a lot of that was more based on a lot of that was, I think, more based around the fact that we around the fact that, like, when we were kids, we were not really allowed to go over to people's houses and stuff. Our mom didn't like us, you know, going to other people's houses unless she was there, or, you know, whatnot. And I personally did not have friends. I've always found it very difficult to make friends personally, so, and I don't need to say personally, because I'm literally saying I. Anyway, I find it difficult to make friends, so she was basically my best friend. But when she had gotten to some higher grades, and then she went to middle school before I did, because she's 2 years older than me, but 1 year higher school-wise, she kind of was like, got really more into wanting, having her own friends and popularity and things like that. So we definitely drifted significantly apart. All the way up until about maybe my junior year, if I'm remembering correctly, of high school. So probably from, I would say, about 5th grade till junior year, which is 11th grade for us here in the U.S. Crap, that's the gal. Hold on. That's the, okay, I need to go down. Okay, never mind. I'm just trying to remember which way I need to go. So, due to things that I'm not going to get into, we definitely fell apart. And now I would say that as adults, I would say that we're closer in the regards of how we treat each other. But while she will come to me and have certain conversations with me, I would not have those same conversations with her. Very, very different on both ends of it. So, I would say that we were definitely closer when we were younger kids, but so much happened that from my perspective, I personally have to have a bit of a barrier in between us on certain conversations and stuff that we'll have. Okay, so I think there's a lot of the, I think we'll go with TK. Okay, so, no, you're not right. Okay. I know not every, okay, so here they are. Yeah. Okay, so we're actually gonna put Play-Doh at the top. My goodness, you have got a lot of good questions. And I'm curious on the VG. Is it VG like the Pokemon VGC fan, or just VG as just video game in general? What is your cat? I know you're... Oh, that did. That was absolute dumpster fire. There we go. Just video games in general. Very cool. Do you have a specific game genre or game that is your favorite? Because even though I love Pokemon, I actually have a specific game that is actually my favorite of all time, and it's called Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. Originally released on Sega CD, I think, possibly even earlier than that, outside of the US, but they re-released it on PlayStation 1, and it is my favorite. It is my favorite RPG ever. I do want to... It is going to be a game I'm going to play here, I think, shortly. After we do, like, Pokemon Fire Red or Leaf Green, I'll probably play that. Your favorite are Nintendo games, NBA 2K, and the Lego games. Oh my gosh, there's so many Lego games. Do you have a preferred Lego game? I think the Lego games definitely do a really good job of like visual humor because like there's no text, so everything has to be in how they act and stuff. And I think they do such a great job with the humor in those. I think this is I'll go. We have 7 left. Okay, it's fine. I see the word sign, S-I-G-N. I see a sign. Nope, that's 2 S's. I can't think of the word. Now they have voice acting, but they still have good humor. Oh, they do now have voice acting? Oh, okay. So when the last one that I recall playing was, I want to say it was Jurassic Park. I never finished it, but I believe it was Jurassic Park. And there was no voice acting in that one. But it was like the full like Jurassic Park, Jurassic World one. And I can't. Nice. Very nice. And you go straight to the wrap. Yeah, I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you, Plato. So we're going to swap into Homeboy here. There we go. Okay, no items there. How are we on health? Guess we'll use another potion. No, not my max potion. How do I even get that? I have no recollection of picking that up. So it's a sailor. Yeah, let's pull you up. There's one of these beds, and I can't seem to find it. So not the greatest matchup here. I know I can go and get, their names are really good. What did we name you? Wednesday. I know I can go get Wednesday for that grass, but I think overall, we're not going to have much use for grass. God dang, what did it do? Evolve your Pokemon. Well, I mean, don't. Let's go Sham. Let's go Sham. Have you played a lot of Nintendo games? I would probably... Oh, my God. Oh, man. Have I played a lot of Nintendo games? That is a tough question. And I say that because... so many games these days are cross-platform. Have I played a lot? I would probably say no. I don't think, comparatively speaking, I've played a lot of Nintendo games. And I'm trying to consider that as in regards to like Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong would be considered a Nintendo game because Nintendo is the only one to have Donkey Kong on its system. I think unless you exclude like the Atari and stuff. So, but I don't think like, oh god. I would say comparatively speaking, I would say probably yes. Because when it comes to games that are like strictly on the Nintendo, I would probably say I've played more of that. because Pokemon is strictly on Nintendo, Mario is strictly, Donkey Kong is strictly, Legend of Zelda. So when it comes to those kind of games, I would say yes. Then I had to think about that because at first I was like, no. But then if you're talking about games that are solely on one specific system, then it has to be yes. Let's roll for these guys. Let's go out because I'm running out of potions. But I feel like these days, since I've started streaming, I have played more games on my PC. But again, a lot of those are cross-platform, so they could be on Xbox and they could be on PlayStation. So, in that regard, I guess I played more on Nintendo. As far as Nintendo, oh god, we get super potions now. Texas. So yeah, I would say, yeah, okay. But then, otherwise, I would probably say PC. I don't have an Xbox. We've owned one twice. We've owned two Xbox. I don't remember what the numbers for them were. Like if it was like the Xbox One or whichever ones they were. I don't recall that. We did have a regular Xbox, and we really didn't play them much. So yeah, mostly Nintendo. But I feel like I've definitely have played a greater variety of games that aren't strictly Nintendo owned games. Particularly since with having with my Steam account, I've definitely got a lot more games on there than I've normally had. This is so annoying. Tentacle, why are you so fast? Thank you for helping Plato, though. My gosh, you have outbeat me on my question of the day. I have like one question of the day and you're like, nah, let's go. Let's go. Not that I mind. I generally don't mind. I think it's nice people asking me the questions. Possibly stumping me. How I possibly answer. Because I'm like, I've never thought about it that way. Alright. Let's go! Get him! Nice. We're just gonna go straight for confusion. Oh, man. There it is. It's in this one. I'm probably gonna forget. I'm gonna forget again. I know it. We're gonna go heal up. Oh, my rival? What? I don't even know what levels he has. Awesome. 19 to 20. And that freaking... Mara! Hi! Welcome on in! How are you today? Long time no see. How is life treating you? We're in game 3 of my long-running Pokemon, only game 3 of 36, mind you, of the Pokemon Gotta Locke'm All challenge. So, I wanted to torture myself, so I found that this was the ideal way to do so. I kind of wish they had it where you could just have the bike everywhere. That'd be so fun. Doing well. Eyes are dilated. Oh, God. good though. I've been pretty good. Been pretty darn good. Definitely can't complain. I don't know if you know, my husband and I, last October we moved from Florida up to Georgia, so we're living in Georgia now. Quite enjoying it. It's a lovely, lovely state. Have no qualms with it. Let's see. I thought you chose to do this because you like Pokemon. Oh, I do like Pokemon. I do like Pokemon. I genuinely actually do. But, so I've done Nuzlocke before where it's just very casual. But not that this isn't a casual Nuzlocke. But I wanted to do a Nuzlocke that was challenging in the sense of not a hardcore Nuzlocke because I've never done one of those. I'm terrified of doing one of those, quite frankly. I'm absolutely terrified of even contemplating doing a hardcore Nuzlocke. But I'm definitely doing this because I enjoy Pokemon. Definitely don't make a doubt about that. If it came off that I did not, that is not true. I definitely enjoy Pokemon. I have tried Temtem, and I've looked into other creature catcher kinder, and there's just something very nostalgic and comfortable about Pokemon. Everybody who likes Pokemon all enjoys anything harder for themselves. That's also true. That is also true. That is facts. 100%. Hardcore Nuzlocke, I've never done one. I've never done one. I've been so afraid to do one because I feel that I don't feel like I'd end up finishing it. Like, not in the sense of quitting, but in the sense of I feel like I would just die. But I want to do one. Like in the deep dark recesses of my little hole, black heart, whatever. I want to do a hardcore Nuzlocke, but I'm afraid to do one. I'm afraid of. That makes me so mad. That makes me so mad. So much. That makes me so mad. I'm not thinking right now. Give me a sec. God, that makes me so mad. Ugh. Give me a second. We can stand another song. We went for tackle this time. There we go. That's what I need. That's what I need. You're just pure electric right now. Nuzlocke before, I had several deaths. I had several deaths in this area. It's okay. Days or Wednesday? Haze or Wednesday? Well, you're not. I'm gonna have to somehow beat my rival. Little Bishi down there is gonna be rolling it hard against my rival. Okay, but yes. So yeah, I've not done a. The other reason why I've never, the biggest reason why I've never done a hardcore Nuzlocke yet is because one of the biggest things about them is you cannot use items during battle. So you can't heal them with potions and stuff during battle. It's just, it is what it is, and that's that. And because of that, and I heal in battle, yes, you can use held items, yes, 100%. You can use held items so they can have berries, they can have, mystical seeds, whatever. They can miracle seed, whatnot. They can have the held item. I've never done that, and I am afraid to do it. Because I am afraid of failing so badly. And so it is literally just fear of failing very badly that kind of keeps me doing it. Which is silly. It's silly, I admit that. So it is something that I have to kind of figure out how to kind of get over. Okay, not okay.
Who's that Pokemon?
I think what I want to find out is maybe what is the best game for somebody who's never done a hardcore Nuzlocke to play it in. I feel like that would help me out a lot. Because I'm definitely, I don't know which game to do it in. Sometimes like, oh, we can do it in Fire Red and Leaf Green because I recognize them more, or, various things, but not silly. You probably felt the same doing your first Nuzlocke. Oh my god, you have... I completed my first Nuzlocke ever off stream, and it was in Alpha Sapphire, because you could do the Blissey bases to level up your Pokemon, because otherwise you have to level them up the traditional way, and that would have driven me absolutely up the wall. So my very first one I ever beat was in Alpha Sapphire. And then the second one I ever completed was live here, and it was Fire Red. And it was just a casual Nuzlocke. And I had a good time doing it. But I think that very first Nuzlocke I did, I think I lost somewhere in the vicinity of 20-something Pokemon. 20-something Pokemon. I don't even remember how many I lost in that first Alpha Sapphire one that I did on my own. Oh yeah, the Blissey bases were just like, ugh, so good. Alright, so our rival is gonna have... We're probably, I think, honestly. And if we can trade into friend. That. And I think these two right here can have an absolute on our rival. Everybody else, I mean, outside of TK, we're all pretty much higher than everybody else. So I don't really want to go so much higher because we're kind of on where I still wish I had Capri or Pikachu. Oh, I still wish I had Capri or Pikachu. Just so you guys can see that. Alright, homeboy. See how Bubble Beam does. Okay, very good. That's very good. Brent should be able to work good. And you missed. And you missed. So you cannot miss this one. Had to go with the sand attack, didn't you? Had to go with the sand attack. Okay, there we go. Very good. Very good. I'm pretty sure our rival is going to end up having, what is that called? I'm pretty sure he's going to have Jolteon, because it's like if you take out all of his Pokemon, or if you beat him in every one of his things, I think you get Jolteon. You have to do other things in order to finagle the Vaporeon or the Flareon. So I'm pretty sure Homeworld's gonna have, which means we don't. Which I really want a ground type. I really need it. I really like to have a ground type. Okay. So we are actually gonna bypass Lieutenant Surge really quick here. follow me along here. Because I no longer have a ground type. We no longer have a Lieutenant Surge. Now, I'm fully aware that you can take out Lieutenant Surge with, like, your grass types and stuff because they resist. Oh, but yeah, I would feel a lot more comfortable if we had ground types. So, I'm going to try this. I'm not sure how well this is going to work. No, Rock Tunnel is, here. You have to go through routes 9 and 10, so I'm actually going to route 9 and 10. For the sole reason of doing this very thing. This is the very reason why I'm going up to 9 and 10, because if you go up to 9 and 10, you can catch, you have the chance to catch, one of the Nidorans. You can drop one of the Nidorans. But I kind of want to eke my way around because I don't want to fight anybody. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Like, I can't remember where this gal is. Like, yeah, so she's so far down, you have to fight her. I want to get, like, right to that grass, and that's it. But there are a handful of trainers. And I can't remember. So she, oh god, what does she have? I'm pretty sure she has an Oddish. Yeah, so you go, so this is Route 9, right here that we're on. Once you get all the way to the end of Route 9, you have like a patch of grass, a water area, a water area, and then south of that you have a Poke Center, and then Rock Tunnel. I can get to Mount Moon, but we did catch Clefairy in Mount Moon, so we can't go that way. So yeah, so it's Route 9, Route 10 is the ideal catch for me in Route 10 would be Magnemite. I would like a Magnemite. And then Rock Tunnel. Rock Tunnel where you can get like Geodude, which is a possibility, which I think is probably your highest possibility, I think, is Geodude, with like Onyx being the lowest. I think you can get Machop in there. If I'm trying to remember correctly. So yeah, so my plan is, I need to find out what level she is though, because I'm scared still. So I need to just really quickly get to Route 9 and see what Pokemon this girl has, because I don't remember, honestly. It's Oddish. It's Oddish. Okay, so they're around 18. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't under-leveled for this nonsense. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to switch TK and we're going to try and take out as few of these guys as possible so that I can hopefully get a Nidoran, one of the two. And then... Okay, I didn't do as much as I thought it was going to do, but okay. Okay, that's good. So that's my plan. That is my current plan of attack here. Is I'm aiming just for the Nidoran, because then I can get him or her up to Nidoking or Queen, and that's that's my goal. That is my goal. We are poisoned, which is fine. I'm okay with being poisoned right now. They're growthing, which is so good. They're not wrapping. Okay, so let's heal off the poison. We have 2 left. Okay, so we jump down. We're gonna ignore this guy. Actually, we can get the item without engaging. And then we do have to take on this kid. What did you have? If I can't remember what you had, my best lead is you. Because we can try and sleep and stuff. So we can sneak by though. Okay, this kid is a bug catcher. That I remember 100%. This kid is a bug catcher. 100% this kid is a bug catcher. Facepalm, not rock tunnel, Diglett Cave. Oh, yeah, I just played Hill. Oh, Diglett's Cave. Yeah, we had Diglett. Diglett died to a freaking self-destruct. Diglett died to self-destruct on the SSN. And I'm salty about that. I think I'm gonna see, you know what we can do? You know what we can do? I'm gonna add one thing into here. I think I can add it. Ah, no, you're fine. Okay. I have to kind of see how I want to handle that. Okay. So we've had 2 deaths, because I need to update one thing. So I've completed 2 games, and I just, that's supposed to be 6. There we go. I'm trying to decide if I want a death counter on the screen or not. I'm trying to decide. I haven't decided yet. He just knew somebody did. You're fine. Don't even worry. Oh, good. Okay, we're faster. Oh God, I was gonna say, no, you need to kill him. Probably my better bet here. Oh, and it missed! It missed. I mean, that's good, but I was like, oh, I could have left him in. Anyway. Okay, so we are hoping for a Nidoran, male or female. And on Route 9, that is a 35 and 25% chance. Well, actually, interesting enough, these are the only Pokemon we can get here. Why is that? Because we've already caught Rattata, we've already caught Spearow. Nidorina and Nidorino are here, but they are only a 5% chance of encounter, which if we get those, it's fine as well. I have no issue with that. Raticate is evolved Rattata, so Species Clause, and Fearow is evolved Spearow, so we can only get one of those 2 there. That is really kind of perfect. So we are going to Leech Seed, and then I think change an Ong in order to try and sleep them, which would probably be good. Alright. Let's see our counter. Probably, nope. Okay, so it's literally nice. We're gonna hang out down here. There we go. Okay, so Nidoran female, that's fine. Leech you. Okay, you're double kicking, which is fine. Because I don't have anything really, well, actually, if we, okay. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Who's that Pokemon?
5, 6. Yes. Not gonna do that. And then we'll change into I guess we'll sleep. Again. I think he still has it. Guys! Smash. The only use for for splash right here. We got one last one. Okay, so we got Nidoran female. Now, interesting enough, Nidoran female is bulkier, like defensively better than Nidoran male, where Nidoran male is more attacky. So I'm not upset at this at all. I like both Nidoran male and female. Visually, I like Nidoran male better. It's just very much cooler. But I do very much like Nidoran female. She's going to be a great addition. So let's name her Benzoic Acid. Her name is Benzoic Acid. Benzoic acid is a white or colorless solid organic compound with a formula of C6H5COOH, whose structure consists of benzene ring with a carboxyl substituent. The benzoyl group is often abbreviated BZ, not to be confused with BN, which is actually short for benzyl, or benzyl, I'm not sure. Thus, benzoic acid is also denoted as BZOH, since the benzoyl group has the formula of minus C6H5CO. It is the simplest aromatic carboxylic acid. The name is derived from gum benzoin, which was for a long time its only source. So, welcome to the team, benzoic acid. Welcome to the team. We're just gonna go with benzoic because I really can't fit acid. Alright, that is perfect. Let's be honest, if Nidoran were to be created recently, they would be the same Pokemon, but with a branched evolution based on gender. Oh, yeah, I finally understood. Yeah, no, I think you're right, actually. I think you are correct in that. That makes a lot of sense. Instead of being like, well, here's Nidoran male, Nidoran female, it would be Nidoran. Yeah, I have to agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. I do believe you're correct. Alright, so. We're going to deposit Wednesday. Now we're going to withdraw Benzoic. So our Route 9 catch was Nidoran female Benzoic. Okay. So let's get her. I think she evolves at 16. I believe she evolves at 16. We need to heal. So, if I'm not mistaken, she evolves at 16. We'll only need to get her one level so that she will be, we currently have Growl, Tackle, Scratch, and Double Hit. So, I need it, which is like EM28, right? Or 44 or 8. We're gonna teach you lots. Which one's Dig? Isn't it 28? It is. I don't think I have 28 on me. No, I don't. Okay, so let's go deposit some into the box. Alright. No, wrong box. The SS ticket is done. Oh, we did have 28 on us. 8 is Body Slam. We'll probably hold on to that for you. Deposit Ether. 44 is 44 is Rest. We'll deposit Rest. 30 is Helton. Teleport would be nice. 8? I forgot what 8 was. 8 was body slam. Right. 8 was body. We're going to deposit this. Deposit you. Deposit you. Okay. Okay, 28. Okay, so we're going to teach this. No, whoa! So we can't teach it to you yet. Interesting. I thought we could. Okay. I guess you must need to be at least Nidorina? Which, okay, I mean, makes perfect sense. Alright, what? Okay, we need to switch you with Benzo here. We need to get Benny up. Little Benny. What are your moves again? Growl, tackle, scratch. Okay, not ideal. I mean, double kick is good. Double kick is going to be really good for any normal stuff. Like, we're probably going to be using you against Eradicate now. Once you evolve. Okay, let's start getting you some buttons. We have Route 6 and Route 11. That's a mighty big Butterfree. That is a mighty big Butterfree. That is flying. And you're gonna have confusion, I know that for a fact. Oh, you went with poison powder. That's a but we can't be put to sleep right now. Oh, you failed the supersonic. Oh god. Okay, I just remembered I needed to do something. Hey, TK! Look at you! That, oh. Okay, so how do I feel about that one? Like, I like the Firo one from Red and Blue. It was very, very bold, very big. This one, it feels a little more streamlined. I don't dislike either of them. I think I like the one from Red and Blue better, though. I think I like the one from Red and Blue. Which one was... I forgot to grab some things. My bad. My bad. Okay. I did forget to withdraw a couple things. So I needed TM to have 28 out. I don't have 45 yet. 30. Oh, yeah. Draw that one. And draw back down. So we're going to start with that. Yeah. I'm going to give this to... No. God, Hypnosis sucks so bad. We're gonna drop Hypnosis. It almost never connects. I feel like I'm trying to confuse myself. Okay, we're gonna drop Pound. And... I never use Disable in this game because it's so hard. Alright. We'll do these two and then now I can just teleport back to myself. Okay, perfect. So we've done you. Ben is at the top still. I think I like the other Cubo better. This is a really bad matchup. That's terrible. Come on out, Sham. Let's go, Beesh. You're only out to get some EXP here. all the everything, just the everything. This should kill it though. One shot. Almost. What? Yeah, that's not gonna do anything. There. Benny! Poison Sting. I'm not against it, honestly. We'll drop. Yeah. I think you evolved though, right? Yes. Okay, so here's Benny evolved. Now I have to see if there's at any point that I want to leave her until a little later before I move her. Let me look at her stats here. Nidoqueen. Alright. Gen 1. Okay, so you're currently a 17. Honestly, I don't think 36 is worth waiting for fight. I really don't think waiting for fight is at all. Yeah. And then Queen. She'll get body slam at 23. So I can hold out for that so we don't waste my body slam. We'll do that. And that's going to be better than fight anyway. And it's 100% accurate still. Yeah, brings it back. She can learn Surf. That's surprising. She can learn Surf. She can learn Ice Beam. She can learn Thunderbolt, Earthquake. I swear she only can't learn frickin'... She can't learn Psychic is the only thing. Oh god, you guys are wild! Okay. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. What is your... So your attack is 92 and your special attack is 75. I mean, it's not terrible, special. Not terrible. She's slow. So she has to be able to take a hit to give it back. I can see her going all the way with this. I'd probably give her Thunderbolt, maybe. Her and a water type that can do, man. So Nidoqueen and a one water type that can do Ice Beam and Surf would be a really good tag team. Well, no, they would have to do, I need Psychic. I need Ice Beam Psychic. We don't necessarily have to have Psychic for the... I don't have to have Psychic for the Ghost because I can use Earthquake. She's not faster, she'll have to take a hit, but she can do... Okay, it's a thought. It is a thought. It is a thought to forego Psychic. I'm not gonna make any, what do you call it here? Any decisions now. But it is a thought. Here we go. Alright. So I don't think there's any reason to hold her off any longer because look at body slam at 23. Anyways. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna move her. Go ahead and get her moonstone up. Alright, benzoic acid. Be the queen you were always meant to be. Yeah, her sprite is a lot better in this game. Bet! Happy Friday! How are you doing? Welcome on in. We've just got Nidoqueen kicking ass and taking names. I need to give her dig. Give her dig. learn dig. She can't learn dig. She can't learn dig. She can't learn dig. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I didn't see that coming. I guess it's only Nidoking that can learn dig? Yeah. Went out and got Mom some blueberry muffins. Oh my god, yum. Well, she gave me some cash, a shirt. They came in, and my registration stickers. Then I went and got Chinese. I made it back in time for before the storm rolled in. Thank God. I don't know what to say anymore. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. It's not what I wanted, but it's fine. You wanna know something? You wanna know something? She can also learn surf. Nidoqueen can learn surf. Do with that what you may, but Nidoqueen can learn surf. I don't know what to tell you. 0 cents. She can surf, but she can't dig. I don't even know. I don't even know. I've got nothing. I've got nothing. I've literally got nothing. She can learn earthquake. Okay. Okay. If you say so. If you freaking say so. We have to take on this. I haven't taken on this yet. I mean, someone make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Okay. I feel okay with her being out right now. I don't think I feel too good about the gambling, guys, though. You know what would have been great here? Not poison sting, that's for sure. Dig. Dig would have been great here. You know what? You know what? Let's see. Let's see if that is the early dev stupidity or not. Generation 2. Cannot learn dig. Generation 3. Generation 3. She learns it in Generation 3. Let me check Crystal. I didn't check Crystal. Nope, nope, nope. Generation 3. Generation 3, ladies and gentlemen, is when Nidoqueen can learn dig. Not 1, not 2. Oh, man. Why? Somebody somebody make it make sense. What have you got? I don't trust you, but what do you have? Oh, that is such a bad setup. This is such a bad setup. Can't even figure this out. I can't even right now. I just can't even right now. It makes no sense. In the far deep resources of my heart, I'm like, I wish I could just. I know somebody's already done it, but I wish I could fashion Pokemon in my own vision. You know? Of course it makes sense. Early days did. Sometimes I wonder, like, so were a lot of these things just oversights? And here's why I say that, okay? In Generation 1, Red and Blue, Charizard is not coded to fly. He cannot learn the HM fly. But in Yellow, he can. So it's like, oh, they're like, oh, we screwed up. We forgot to make it so that Charizard could fly. So they rectified that in Yellow. Okay? Was it an oversight? It makes sense. It makes sense to be an oversight. But I don't know. I don't know if it was an oversight. Let's get that out here. So in some ways I think that maybe it's like just a long-term oversight. Because if they made Nidoking capable of digging, why not make Nidoqueen capable? Like it, and not even necessarily the Nidoran's fine. If they don't want to make the Nidorans capable of digging, that is fine. I have no issue with that. They're pure poison at the beginning. It's confusing. I do think that there were a lot of oversights in these games. I will say that. I do think there were a lot of oversights in these games. Where they just were like, no, everything will be fine. We've got it all. Yeah, I don't know. Because there's the badge boost glitch, which is essentially, like, if you don't know what it is, basically it causes, like, if you have Lieutenant Surge's badge. I think his ups your attack or something, let's say. If you use a move that ups your defense, it also bumps your attack. So in the Generation 1 games, that glitch exists. But it got taken out, and like, I really wish they would have done, like, not the glitch, I really wish they would bring back the idea that when you get a badge, a certain stat gets boosted. Like, I really wish they would bring that back. I thought it was such a cool thing. Such a cool idea. I don't know why they got rid of that. You know, this would be great if, we had a ground move. We don't have a ground move. We don't have a ground move. I'm a big girl. Okay, so in the Generation 1 games, when you beat certain gym leaders, they would give you a boost, and it's called a badge boost. So if you beat Brock, let's say, I think his boost is your Pokemon's defense gets raised. But the glitch in the games, oh, that's right. If you're burned, your attack goes down. But in the games, what happens is, it's not a huge boost. I think it was, in my head, it's 1.5, which is not bad. But I think in my head, I have it as 1.5. But in Generation 1, what happens is, if you use, like, Defense Curl to raise your defense, your attack also goes up, or whatever stat you have the badge for also raises. And I believe they stack. So you can do, like, Geodude. And let's say you have a few of the badges, and if you Defense Curl on Geodude, which raises his attack by 1, or his defense by 1 stage, whatever badges you have that also increase a stat also increase. And the only way it gets reset is if you trade out the Pokemon or you gain a level during battle. And I've seen it. I've used it. I've used it in plays where I've done with Geodude and stuff, and he took out, like, Rival Fight, I don't know, 4, whatever one it is on the SSN. I think that's Rival Fight 4. Yeah, that's Rival Fight 4 on the SSN, and he just completely wiped his team because I led with I defense curled a few times, which upped my other stats that I had the badges for. So it's really very useful. It is very useful. But the badge boost glitch is gone. But I wish they would have kept the badge boost because I thought it was such a I really thought it was a good thing. I thought it was good. What do I know, right? But I thought it was a really cool thing to have. So, but like I said, I think it was like a 1.5. So you're gonna do, yeah, Sonic Boom. You're gonna do one more Sonic Boom, I imagine. Yeah, Super Potion should be good. Okay, not as great as I hoped. But you're not gonna use a. You went for tackle that time, so no. Okay. I'm fairly certain we would go first, but I'm so scared of this thing. I'm so scared. I'm gonna switch it to you. Just in case. Just in case. So we're going to be going into Lieutenant Surge at about, I want to get her to 23 so that she'll get Body Slam, and then we'll start going after Lieutenant Surge's junior trainers. And then I might level up a little bit more in order to get a little higher for get a little higher because that what's her face, the Raichu is a, I don't want to scratch, the Raichu is a 28. So it can't hit us with any electric moves, but it'll certainly hit us with I think it has like maybe Mach Punch or something. I can't remember. God! We got it. God. Oy vey. Okay, we're not gonna go back and heal. Go on, this guy. And there's an item right there I gotta get. I swear to God. Okay, so Sonic Boom is, or not Sonic Boom, but okay, so it's not going to do an electric attack. It does for this. Okay, so so now I think you're gonna go for an electric move. No, you went for Sonic Boom. Okay, that's... I'm afraid it's gonna blow up on us. Honest to God, that's what I'm afraid of. I am terrified that thing's gonna blow up on us too. Now you don't blow up. At least I don't. If you do, I'd be so salty. I don't think they blow up though. They're not as gung-ho as some other ones. Okay, so I think this is our last kid here. Pretty sure you're the last one. Oh, and you're this guy. Okay. Okay, so Sonic Boom. I don't think we'll get the poison sting. I would love to get the poison, but that actually hit. Okay, that's weird. It hit a little harder than I anticipated. If we can't get it. Nope. 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 It's fine. I was just... Oh, ha, ha! Yeah. Don't know why you did that. Maybe you thought I was that. Right now, I know you have... Like, your AI should not be telling you to use Thunderbolt. Like, at all. At all. Your AI should not be telling you to use that. Okay. That is everybody here. We have fought everybody that we can kind of fight. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to check. Okay, you're 22. We're going to go ahead and get you up to 23. And since we'll be at 23, we'll start taking out the junior trainers in there. And then we'll go... Oh! I forgot you... Oh, I almost screwed up. I almost screwed up bad. If this thing would have used confusion on me, I would have been so screwed. And I forgot that you don't have any freaking... You don't have attack. You don't have attack. Fine. There we go. Okay. Yes. Perfect. Yes. We're gonna drop... We're just gonna drop Scratch. Scratch is no longer useful with us. Okay, so we got Body Slam, which will help us in the gym. We do have to go and get Wednesday out to cut down that little tree. So, alright. We're obviously not bringing TK. But Wednesday, you can come on out. We'll heal. We'll go buy some potions. Thunder Wave onto electric types because it won't work. I don't think we have any of these. We're gonna go for one. We'll get one just in case. Nothing anything here, right? No. Okay. Alright, now we have to do this nonsense. Even though there's a sailor in here, he's not going to have anything but a... So now we're going to go for the body. yeah! Hell yes. Alright, got it. Okay, so that's gonna take us up to 62. We can poison sting and save the body slam. Okay, very nice. Okay, so the rocker's probably gonna have. There's the sonic boom. I have to heal because I'm afraid of I'm absolutely terrified of getting blown up on. Absolutely terrified of it. Okay, so I think we get to go first here. Nope, we don't. You got paralyzed, which is good. Yep. Again. Okay, perfect. You're fully paralyzed. Nice. Okay. That's good. Okay. Couple more body slams and we're good. Okay, so nobody decided to try and blow up in my face, which is perfect. Alright, what have you got? What? Stop with the Voltarbs! Okay, so it's Screech. That's not good. It doesn't matter though. Okay. Oh! But if you use, it's still good. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good! Okay. Let's check our stats before we go crazy here. You've only got 3 left. Okay, let's go. Let's actually go take care of that. So we are now a 24, so we are 4 levels under the Raichu, which we are not going to be faster than the Raichu. But I think I have a plan. I think I have an idea. As weird as okay, so we're gonna still get you up a handful of levels. I think that's worthwhile. I think it's worthwhile getting up a couple levels here. There's so many Pidgeys here. Crazy. I think Pidgeotto is like a 1% or 11. Somewhere around like 5 or so. 5 or less. I'm trying to think of what level I kind of want to keep him on at. What level should we take on that freaking Raichu at? What? Oh, you know what? I could have just freaking pulled back here and didn't need to. That's so silly of me. Alright. But we're gonna run through all of these. I don't want to do all I feel like I'd be okay at 26, 27. I was holding my breath there. Eradicate's terrifying in this game. Like, especially early on where they can just... And it comes seemingly out of freaking nowhere. And it's scary. Alright. We're just gonna go 27. I feel like 27 is fine. I feel like 27 will be fine. I can get to 27, or when I get to 27. When I get to 27, we will go ahead and take on the this will be fine. Because I have an idea. Okay, so the game AI should take the move that is most effective, right? So that being said, we're going to coax out a Thunderbolt. Try and coax the Thunderbolt. So we're going to lead with Bishi here to set the AI up to go for Thunderbolt. But we're going to immediately trade into Ben. And my plan then is to have, did I heal? Then have Ben come in to take that, and then we can go. I don't know if that's even I don't know if it's pointless or not to do it, but we're gonna do it. I legit don't know. But first, we get to have fun doing this. I hate this part, by the way. Oh, okay. This is easy. And now it's not. I hate this puzzle. Okay, so it can only be this one, right? There it is. Okay. All right, so let's save. Yeah, so that's my plan. It's probably a terrible plan. Like, honestly, it's probably a dumb plan, but we're gonna see if it works. I'm planning on him coaxing out the, so he's gonna, that is such a cute Raichu! Oh, I like it. So let's bring in Benzoic to, take the Thunderbolt. That's what we'll start with. Yep, the Thunder Shock. Okay, that was perfect. That was perfect, okay. I don't think I needed to, but, you know. We have 24. Need to do an electric Pokemon. Alright, thanks, Surge. Alrighty. Plato teleports. Okay, so we got our third badge here. So places that we need to go. First we need, okay, so we already have it. We need to do
Who's that Pokemon?
Scraggy has appeared in chat if anybody would like to do that. We're gonna run through here. We have a flyer type up top. We have a flyer in Gyarados. So that means whatever you guys do, just not bother us. But we're going this way for a couple reasons. I want to get the items that are over here. And I want to go and grab the thing. The fossil that you can get. Really? I'm like 3 steps away. Don't be like that either. I just have to remember to tell you that. Alright, now in the Let's Go games, there's an item here. Oh, I think that's HM Flasher. We don't get Flash. We ignore Flash at all costs. Nope. You're HM Flasher, right? Yup, you're HM Flasher. So what was the other one? Oh. We're gonna box that. Moonstone, very nice. That's 3 moonstones. Technically 2 left though. Alright, there's an item. Great. There. Or I'm crazy. I could be crazy. I think I'm just crazy. There is no item. Okay. So we need to go this way. Oh, this is the Jinx trade. This is the Jinx trade. That's right. That's the Jinx trade. Right? Where are you? You're the Jinx trade. Oh, I'm looking for Clefairy. Do you want to trade for Mr. Mime? No, we don't want Mr. I don't want Mr. Mime until Mr. Mime can have it. No, fact. Mr. Mime. I want to feel it. I want to have that. So where was Jinx at? Jinx in... Oh, maybe Jinx was in Circle. Jinx. Let's go ahead and get the fossil out of here. Oh, we have to talk. We can't just steal. Alright, thank you, good sir. Now, let us teleport back to this Poke Center and drop some stuff off. Not Pokemon. Let's actually engage the computer, maybe? There you go. There you go. Alrighty, so, I'll just deposit 28 for now. So I kind of figure out what I want to use it on. Hold on to this stuff. We'll keep that because I don't have anybody to use it yet. Drop the HP up. Drop off the Moonstone. And the Order. That should be good. Do we have any... I don't think we do. There's no crazy. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now we're gonna head north. Time to head north. Yeah, because we did everything here. Okay. Went too fast. Can never go too fast. Alright, so I think that other trade is in there. So we're gonna need to keep you on the team for a bit so that we can get in here. Okay. Homeboy, yeah. Actually, yeah, we'll do this. It's 4 o'clock. After this battle, I am actually going to go take a break because I have been streaming since 12, so I'm going to take a quick break and then come back for some more because today is a longer streaming day. That was a crit. That was terrifying. Yeah, you do this. So I will come back. I'm going to grab something to eat for myself. And then go use the restroom, things like that. So we're going to go ahead and save here. Mute.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alrighty. Alright, we're back. So we beat this guy. Okay, so you guys gotta go bottom. You guys are getting way too high. Okay. So we did you, we did the biker guy. Alright, I don't remember what you had, but we did not do. So I think we're gonna go for it. Let's see what you have. Sandshrew. Okay. Oh, Jesus, it's a 24. Oh my God, it's a 24. I just knew this. Oh my God, I just knew this. Why do you have a 24? God dang, I just knew this. I mean, I hope it's your only? It is, yours your only. I mean, at least this kid's coming to play, right? He's coming to play. I do need to do one thing before I screw that up. Let me go here, and so I can, let me heal over here, so this way I don't go all the way back to Million or Million? Okay. back, Belgium. Welcome back. How is everything? Make sure everything's okay still. We got our third badge from Lieutenant Surge, so we're making our way. We're making our way in this big bad world. Alright, so we want to take on this guy. Hopefully he has some rock types. I wish I could angle it right. You do, okay. I wish I could angle in the armchair. Oh god, that sounds delicious. That sounds so good. That sounds so good, I'm not even gonna lie. Frickin' barbecue. Man. Yeah, barbecue is probably one of my favorite things ever. I absolutely love barbecue. God dang, I love barbecue. Like, I know I'm saying it a lot, but I was like, oh, I have not had barbecue in a while. I may have to figure out a way to do some barbecue. May have to figure out a way to get some barbecue going. What'd you guys end up having? I feel like I'm asking this such a stupid question, but it's like, you're gonna tell me all these amazingly delicious foods, and you're like, write that down, write that down. Write what? Write what down? I don't even know what I just said besides I love barbecue. Caterpie! Weedle, that sucks. Mostly because I don't want to deal with you. So I think we're gonna actually go to Wednesday. Just so I don't have to deal with the poison. Yeah, that's right. That's what we're talking about. Venonat. So Venonat is poison. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Venonat is poison. Yeah, it's poison bug, and it keeps it when it becomes. What do you call it? I was gonna say, if you disabled my confusion, I'm. So this is part of Route 9, so we can't do anything there. Chicken, ribs, steak, white Hence sausage, swirled bacon on a stick, chicken, an onion, pepper pea. Oh god, it's a kebab. You had a freaking. Oh god, that sounds delicious. I shouldn't have asked you to tell me. Okay, we're gonna Thunder Wave and slow your ass down. Let's bring out Brent. Okay, so you're tail whipping. Not the worst. As long as we get to go, we're good. Diglett! Yeah! That's... jerk. Let's bring out Aang. I feel like Aang is starting to kind of fall by the wayside a bit here. Not really having a lot of trade-in value. You have to keep that in mind. Just swept your third gym. Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Congratulations. And Ekans. Probably best to. Splash. Ah, Bishi, why are you missy? That's bad. It's okay though. I want a chair that handles it. 2 more and then you can get all the DLC legendaries. probably swap Play-Doh out eventually. What is the... let me see. Look at my face. That's what- You might get... Oh boy. Where are you, Jinx? Where are you, Jinx? Jinx is not in this game. Awesome. Perfect. Okay. Now, if you guys are looking for a word, fishing. Fishing in words on Steam. I'll actually do it. There we go. I got it. What do you have? Well, you could have bugs, so we'll go with you. I already beat you. Okay. Alright, so you're gonna have rock or fighting. You're gonna have fighting or rock. That sucks. That sucks a little bit. You're not fine. Defense girl. That's nice. Yeah. Okay, so it's gonna be like a 3 hit. Oh, but we got a flinch. Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Honestly, no. Just no. No, we're not gonna do Furious Moves. We're not gonna do Furious. Oh, come on. I just walked out. I was gonna say, that shouldn't do anything to us. Nice. Very nice. That wasn't even a crit. Now back. And now back to your regularly scheduled Geodude. Ooh, nice. Nice. Oh, beautiful flinch. Beautiful flinch. Alright. So here's this gal. Oh, what do you have? We're gonna leave it Play-Doh either way. Or we could possibly Thunder Wave and just do that. Meow! Oh yeah, that's kind of perfect. Yeah, we're gonna Thunder Wave onto you. We are definitely gonna Thunder Wave onto you. We're bringing Brent. Oh god, perfect. Okay. Remember how many times I do these? I don't remember what everybody has. Some of them stick, others don't. Okay, so here is Route 10, where we can catch a new friend. So let's heal up real quick. Who can we catch on Route 10? Alright, so we can catch... So it's a 55% chance of a Magnemite. It's actually 5% Machop. Eradicate, we can't get. Nidoran female, we can't get. Nidoran male is a possibility, which I'd rather not have now that we have female. So I really would prefer the Magnemite, to be honest. Really would prefer the Magnemite. So I think what we're gonna do is... What do I have? I have 2 Great Balls. Yeah! I'm not gonna run my luck like that. So let's have Play-Doh. Play-Doh's gonna teleport us exactly. Gotta feel this way. should have gone this way. Because the better balls, I think, should be all the way down back in Milligan. I'd rather have a bunch of great balls now instead of... And I think the great balls are still going to be better because the coding should make them better. Oh no, it's still Pokeballs, so I came all the way down here for Pokeballs. Okay, cool. What else do we have? Great. 11 super. I'm hoping that'll be enough to get us through the frickin' map, but if not, we'll have to run out. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. Okay, so we are going to move Wednesday to the top. Get you up. Like I said, ideally the Magnemite would be good. Okay, so we can skip her because we already have Nidoqueen female. Magnemite. Yes, perfect. Okay, this is what I want. So we're gonna go ahead and leech you. Okay. This one's tough because I think we can cut at least. We're gonna bring you in because we're completely immune to any electric move we may try to do. And we're just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna growl at you. I don't want to bring in, obviously I don't want to bring in, what's his name? I don't want to bring in Bishi. Just because of the, possibility of using it. We're gonna go ahead and try and catch it now. And we are gonna go for the Great Ball.
Who's that Pokemon?
That was a mite bit scary because it looked like it was gonna pop, but perfect. So yes. We want to name you what? What are we gonna name you? Julius Ona is a Nigerian-American film director, screenwriter, and producer. He has directed the films The Girl is in Trouble, The Cloverfield Paradox, Loose, and the upcoming Captain America Brave New World. Nice. Julius, welcome to the team, my dude. Julius. I don't think we can fit your whole name. No, we actually can. Julius Ona. It is actually short enough to fit the whole name. Look at you, having just a perfect length name. Thank you. Alright, perfect. Who are we gonna take off the team? I think it's gonna be Wednesday because, yeah, I want Julius. Let's see what Julius has already, and probably give you Thunderbolt straight out the gate. You probably have Thundershock. Probably have Thundershock. And Thunderbolt is 24. Okay. Oh, it's just a ball! That sucks. Oh my gosh, you're special. Yeah, it's 42. You literally only have tackle, my dude. My dude. What did they do to you? What did they do to you? Like, why don't you have Thundershock? Because you're supposed to have it at level 1. You're a freaking 18. Alright, one day. Oh my god, you get Thundershock at 25 and Sonic Boom at 21 too. see. First, yeah, let's 24. Yep. And then we're gonna deposit. Ether. Jeez, they didn't give you anything. What the hell? God. Julius, here, a move. Alright, Julius. Let's see what you're made of. Not in rock tunnel. But up here. See what you're made of up here. See how, let's see how that's bad. That's But now I know all you got is tackle. That's all you got is tackle. Oh my god. What were these game makers thinking? Right, give me something else to kind of test you out on. Okay. Oh, that was sexy. Oh, that was so hardcore. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we like that. Oh, man. How do you do on? Oh, it almost one shot. Nice. I mean, it is Thunderbolt. Let's be honest. Stop. Thank God we're not steel type. Okay. Alright, yeah. I like Thunderbolt. I would like some other moves in there. If you can, Oh, but we're coming up to a dude with a frickin'... Oh, damn. Hold on. I need to see what level they are because there is a guy in Rock Tunnel. There's like two of these freaking guys that, like, right out the gate, you're coming up to get against somebody with a slowpoke. He's like one of those maniac dudes. And he's like right up front, a 23. Oh, he actually has a Cubone and a slowpoke. Okay, yeah. We're gonna let Julius have a little bit of a time in the grass, if you will. And we just gotta... Okay, so there's Rattatas. There's Rattatas. You gotta run from me. Oh. Oh my god, it's nowhere safe! How about here? Is here safer? Because I need someplace a little bit safe to give you a little bit of level up. Are there any birds or anything in here? Okay, so this might be... Ooh! Oh, God! Why you... What? Frick! God! Anyways. And there's no point in fishing there, quite frankly, because, in case anybody's curious, there's no point in fishing there because it's always going to be a bunch of Magikarp. Just a bunch of Magikarp. Okay. Oh my god, why? No. Where is a safe place for my little baby Magnemite? God. I just need some place we can... I don't even have my stupid gun. Okay, this is something right now. What level does it fall down? Okay. I sure don't remember. 30. Wow, that's quite a bit of ways. You're a little I need you in the I would like you to be 23. We're gonna get him to 23. That is our goal. We're gonna get homeboy to 23, no matter what it takes. We're gonna get him to 23. I don't want to use rare candies on him yet because it's not just before a gym. Right now, we're gonna deposit. We're gonna deposit B-Shade. We're gonna deposit B-Shade, and we're gonna remove. Get out of here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back south, where things aren't as crazy, where the West ain't so wild. Down. Oh! Okay. Oh, Jigglypuff! Run. I want to run first. Run first so I can go heal up. And we're going to hang out up there and just try and kill things. Because, oh my god. Okay. Let's go. Okay, this is much better. Also, I need to remember to put this there. Okay. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. I need you to be faster than a frickin' Pidgey. Go back. It just needs to be done. This is not a forage gym trainer. But I mostly want this because the guy in the Slowpoke guy. I want to make sure I can take out the Slowpoke guy fairly easily. Is there anything over here? I feel like I'm just like, is there anything here? Is there anything here? Because there's so many things I just don't know they're there. And grind time, yeah, because I have the rare candies, but they're specifically for before major battles, and like this is not a major battle. Even though Slowpoke guy can give me a headache, he's not a major battle. But we're only trying to get a handful of votes, so I'm hoping it won't be too bad. And I don't want to go over to the other way because there's Pidgeotto in the grass, and that's even scarier. That is even scarier. We are not faster than anything. Oh, God. Nope, see, that's a problem. That's a problem. Wait, we don't want that. Don't want none of that. Don't want none of that. Just easier to trade out and not deal with it. I like to, sometimes we like to run from that. Okay. So at 20, we might be getting faster than some point. Nope, we're not. That's an Abra, but that was like a level 7 Abra, so does that really count? Probably not. Okay, so there's Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom is a strict 20. So if I come across anything that I can't fight, I'm good to have it. I'm not fast with it. I mean, like, I know we're gonna be faster than a frickin'. I know we're gonna be faster than a Slowpoke, so I think we should be good. I think we'll be good because we're gonna quit again. We are so good. Like, Magnemite is so fragile. 37. 37. Like, your physical defense is such poo. Maybe bargain. at Stow on side has quick claw. You're welcome. I'll take that as I did it for you. Okay, so we're outpacing now on the Pidgey. Nope. Well, maybe it could have. No. I'm hoping that will be good enough now for the frickin' slow. That's all we were kind of trying to get back. Okay, I mean, we're faster than Slowpoke, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to get right out the gate instead of having to deal with all the nonsense. Let's bebop on out of here. And hope for the best. I don't know why, but I feel like yellow is harder than red and blue. I mean, maybe that's just me. Honest to God, maybe that's just me. But I legitimately feel like red is harder. Like yellow is harder. Wednesday and Bishi. Mitsubishi. Oh, but we can catch some. Okay, well, let's go through these. Because we can catch something in the frickin' tunnel. Huh? Okay, so hopefully we're faster than you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are faster than a Jigglypuff. Thank God we're faster than something. And a Clefairy, so that's fine. But Growl, which is fine because, you know what? Sonic Boom just does it.
Who's that Pokemon?
There's a Skarmory. Oh my God. I would love it if frickin' Skarmory in some game. Please, some freaking game, give Skarmory some love. Like legit. Like, Skarmory has not been really seen a lot. And I know it's back in the games, but man, I would love Skarmory to have something. I feel like it's such a cool steel type, but I don't know. I haven't seen it in ages. And maybe that's just me. I haven't seen it in ages. We are going to drop off. No, we can use you. Drop you off. Because I forgot we had to catch something in there. And I want to do the Okay. So first things first is we need to catch something. What is actually available in this? I don't recall. So it's probably going to be a Zubat, because otherwise it's a 35% chance of a Geodude and a 10% chance of a Machop. So it's probably going to be a Geodude, which, you know, fine. Or I'm probably a Zubat, actually. Somehow I'm getting the low rolls, which, I mean, cool. Yes, awesome. But how am I not getting freaking... I don't get it. I don't understand how I'm not getting the... those... I don't understand how I'm not getting the 55% Zubat. That's so weird to me. When we were in Mount Moon, we got the 1% Clefairy. The 1% Clefairy showed up first. Like, how? How did the 1% fairy show up first? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. I haven't been counting. We can't. Yeah, luck. Pure simple luck, but it's still like... Okay, so Homeboy does actually have I didn't want to actually switch in. I'm gonna do defense. just gonna sit. I don't know. I don't know. I got nothing. We're just gonna kind of. Alice, welcome on in. How are you doing, my dear? How are you doing? We're just sort of sitting here leeching a Geodude. Catch him. Back from work and have had dinner. Nice. Very, very nice. Okay, cool. We caught Geodude. A good counter. Good encounter. Because if I had to, I could have gone all the way to rock. Let's see what we end up mating him. Negative campaigning. So I have to give him a fodder name. Oh man. This is the only exception to all the naming because fodder, wiki fodder, Wikipedia, wiki foddera, wiki foddera. We can do wiki foddera. We'll do wiki foddera. Now just chilling. Well, please do chill. Maximum chill. I don't think I can name him wiki foddera. I don't know if there's a name. We'll go with wiki since we're naming everybody after the file. Okay. There we go. Let's get you off the team. Pause it Wednesday. Get Bishi out here. Here we go. Okay, so this guy obviously is going to start with a Cubone, so we're going to want something useful up there, which is Bishi. Bishi is useful for a Cubone. There you are. That's refreshing. Can we fight you? Oh, flinch. Flinch is good. Flinch can let us breathe. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Beautiful. Like to see it. All right. All right. So I can't lead with him though because I don't. There's a question of the day. A master reader because I'm not a great reader and I would love to be able to keep up with that. That's a really good one because that can be used in so many different. Like it's not just I can read a fictional book and read it really well and stuff. That can be used for learning. That can be used for reading fiction. That can just be used for like getting through it, like the news. If you want to keep up with the news, you can read it faster. Ooh, that's such a good one. That's a really good one because reading is I feel like reading is maybe going by the wayside for some people. And it's such an important skill. It's such an important skill. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that is it's something that will literally be useful your entire life. Reading will be useful. That is such a good one. Like, there are so many skills that I was bouncing around with, and like that never even occurred to me. Honest to God, that never occurred to me. I think Bishi is going to be good. I think Bishi will be a very good leader. We're going to switch you to the bottom because I don't really like it. You know what? Brian could also be a good lead against rocks. I believe he was good. Not even reading, but languages as well. Yeah, that's true. Because think about it. If you're reading, right? You're not just reading. You're also, like, if you want to learn another language even. That's so incredibly useful. You can just learn a different language probably faster because you're able to get through the material. And if you have the comprehension and understanding, it's gonna be so, oh my god, it's gonna be so useful. This is such a bad trick. Such a bad trick. Are you doing rock? Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. I will do rock tunnel as much and as often as I can without that freaking thing. I hate Flash. You can speak Dutch, French, English, and also understand a bit of German. I can easily visit almost the world without issue. I did the same. Let's go. Oh, my. Let's see if we can bring you in. Yeah, that's the interesting about the U.S. It's just because a lot of people in the U.S. vacation around the U.S., you rarely learn a second language unless you really need it for work or if you want to travel the world. But a lot of people in the U.S., because it's so big, tend to just travel within the U.S. because it's just cheaper, you know? And it is unfortunate. It is definitely unfortunate, but I was gonna say, where are you? But it is just a fact of life of being in the U.S. Oh no, I think you do fine, to be quite honest. I don't hear any problem with your English. At least to me, I don't. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, dang, we crit hit. Nice. I do the same thing, don't worry. For me, the one language I've always wanted to learn, but it's so difficult for me to learn it just because it's like, it's not an easy language. That's for sure. It's definitely not an easy language. I don't even, man, I've got the wrong one. I would love to learn Japanese. So early 2000s, I had found an instructor who taught Japanese, but he didn't do it in college or anything. He was a college instructor, but he himself taught it outside of college. And I was doing really good. I was actually doing really good. I had difficulty with speaking because it was hard to find somebody to practice with. But otherwise, like reading, understanding what I was reading, and learning new vocabulary and stuff, I was doing great. Unfortunately, it was getting to the point where it was costing him too much to do it because he didn't have enough consistent students that he had to stop. And with that went my learning Japanese, because that was pretty much the way. We got a third fledgling. Damn. Oh yeah, we defeated that. So it is one of the things that, to this day, wish I could still learn. I just don't know how to go about doing it because it's hard to find somebody to teach you because I need somebody to teach me. I can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna learn a language and just go learn it. I need someone to actually teach me. And I wish I had somebody to do that. You're wasting my health. There's a karate guy. You want to learn Spanish. I did French in school, but do not remember anything like doing it myself. Just swept another badge in your pocket. Congratulations. Heavyweight fashion. Oh, you're a hiker. What? Oh, so you're, oh, this is why I think. This is why I think this homeboy is a freaking karate guy. Because he's a hiker with a matchup. And I keep remembering the fighting Pokemon, not the hiker. That's not really much, honestly. We're just making our way through Rock Tunnel in the dark. That's all. Just chilling out in the dark, refusing to get flash. But I know the way, and you can see the walls at least, so that helps. I hate Gen 1. I hate them when they're used against me. I love it when I use them against people. Sorry. Okay, we're out of potions. Only because you're gentle. So, fun fact. I love that in red, blue, and yellow and Japanese green, you do not have to recharge. Oh, I have been told that, yeah. I remember people telling me that. They're like, if you have... Oh. If you kill on the Hyper Beam, you don't have to recharge. That is such a wild thing to me. That is such a wild thing to me. I mean, could you imagine... Wait, where are you? Wait. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There he is. So Red, Blue, and Yellow Japanese Green had some weird stuff that was fixed in Gold. Yeah, there's a lot of things that they had to go back and fix, absolutely. It's always interesting because I think they started making this game like in the 80s or the very early 90s. And I'm like, man, if you had that long to do a game, how are there even like glitches? Like, how is this game not like pretty perfect? Like the fact that Paris had 3-4 times weaknesses. Didn't Japan get green and blue? Or green and red? I thought Japan got red and green. And we got red and blue. Or am I just... Japan got red, blue. I really thought their two starting ones were red and green and then eventually yellow. I didn't remember that they had also a blue version. I didn't remember that. Feeling like I need to So red and green, then blue. Okay. I see. I just really genuinely didn't know that they had gotten. I know that, yeah, I knew that we got red, blue, and then yellow in the west, and then when they remade them, we got fire red and leaf green. I just didn't know that they had eventually got, oh god, kill him! Can't be doing these exploding guys. Okay, so there's somebody down here. I don't think it's a hiker. I think it's a kid. Oh, it's one of those, these kids. Okay. I can deal with this. Give me 1 second. Boo taken to the puppy to the park. Not too bad. Like any damage at all. Give me just 1 second. What's funny is that because a lot of people have played these Pokemon games so often, you can still play the game. The hardest thing would be like, what move is this? Because it's all going to be in probably Hiragana Katakana. So you have to like figure out what the moves are. I had actually contemplated playing, so in the later games when you start them, you can actually choose what language to play the game. And, what do you call it? I always contemplated playing those games, at least one of them, in Japanese. And just having to, like, eke my way through it. I always go this way and forget. Alrighty. Oh, right, so that you can do the Masuda method when breeding. That's true. Wait. Oh, I don't remember you. Okay, this is not like ideal by any stretch of the imagination. So let's try to do. Okay, so you went for defense. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That was beautiful. Crit on a defense curl didn't even matter. That's so good. Tackle's not too bad. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, thank God you crit! Thank you! Oh, thank God you crit! This way, yeah. I got the luck. I got French Fire Red, so I can trade over 1 to each generation afterwards. Ah. So I have like a foreign Ditto in my games. I just got it from somebody else. And I'll use that for breeding. Alrighty, so okay. I think these are campers. And I think they do have poison types, but I can't remember 100%. I cannot remember. Okay, cool. This is good. Okay, we didn't one-shot, which sucks. This sucks. literally prefer oddish to this. Very, huh? Probably gonna say. Nope, what the hell? Oh no! Oh, oh. I'm out of moves. Okay, well. Sucks. I don't trust bringing him because he's just so gentle. I can't. Cannot risk my. Can't risk my yet. His name's Julius. I can't. There we go. Adamant and modest Spanish Ditto and Umbreons for synchronized. I have to say, I do like it never connects enough for me. I do really like Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield, because I feel, especially Scarlet and Violet, like it's so much easier to do the breeding and stuff, because it's like, oh, well, I don't want this ability on them, so you can use one of the ability patches to just change it, and it's so nice. It's probably my, now it Usanabi, it has its irritations, but I do enjoy breeding that way. I do enjoy breeding. Do any of you? I thought somebody did. That is not a poison. Yeah, you can't roll me out, buddy. Oh, nice! Nice. We do it again. We should be able to. It's still a 19. Okay. Ah, nice. I like that in Scarlet and Violet you can battle. Yes! That's what I mean. Like, they're just like, screw it here. It seems like they stopped locking things, which, you know, thank God. They stopped locking things behind they stopped, I think that's what I'm trying to say. They essentially stopped locking everything behind battle frontiers and things like that, where you have to spend sometimes hours going through the battle thing just to get the battle points, just to buy the really good items in battle point, because you can't use regular money for it. So I really like that they did that. Would I have liked them to put some sort of battle tower in there? Yeah, sure. I think that would have been a really great idea to still have it, just to be something difficult to do and battle after post game. But I do very much like that nowadays. You just go buy them. Like, it should have been that way since the beginning, but I guess they had to find ways to include fun stuff. And they're like, people will love this! And we're like, no, we don't actually like that. Spending hours and hours over and over and over just to get items. Don't have what I thought. You don't have what I thought. I thought you were... I sincerely thought this was that guy, but it's not that guy. I'm confused. I thought this was the guy with the... At the end of the tunnel, there's a guy with a bunch of slowpokes. And I thought that was this guy, but it's not this guy. I feel like I don't know where I am anymore. I feel like I don't know where I am anymore. think I know where I messed it up. Okay. Okay, let me move somebody else to the top because I think I realized where I messed up. Let's move you to the top because I know you're pretty good. No! Where? Where is he? I swear to God, there used to be a guy right here that would piss me off because he had Slowpoke and he was a maniac. Okay, I don't freaking know, man. I don't even know. I don't know. Maybe it's because this is Pokemon Yellow and they traded him. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, okay, but I'm confused. There used to be a guy here. Well, not used to be, but in red and blue there was a guy who had, yeah. Alright. Okay. Let's go get healed up. And then we'll take out these guys. Okay, healed up. We're not gonna do the Pokemon Tower until after. Pidgey! Okay, this is perfect.
Who's that Pokemon?
Especially since you can't whirlwind me out of battle. Pidgey, I don't think it's gonna move out. Oh, we took it out! Y'all, we took out a Pidgeotto. My little Julius Caesar took out a Pidgeotto. Good boy. That was a good boy. Alright, yeah, we're switching now. Is that what the problem is? It's like... Yeah, I have quite a few things open on my computer, so it slows me down some. Alright, so Hiker, are you gonna have rock or are you gonna have fighting? Who the hell knows? Not me. Geodude. Poor choice. I mean, not necessarily. Because we can trade it. Bring in V-Shape. We haven't seen V-Shape in a while. Herb, not a problem. Thank God I traded in. Y'all have some problems that y'all need to take care of, because that is unacceptable. Like, for real, Good God. What do you have? What do you want to blow up? God, quit being so destructive. I feel okay with that. So glad I'm like I can't tell you how glad I am I traded into Bushi. I am so glad I did. That would have been so bad, I think. I really like your team. Some underrated gems in the browser. Yeah, we're holding down the fort. We're holding down the fort. Oh, it's scary though. It is scary for this guy right here. Oh, we got the flinch. We got the flinch. Oh. So what ends up happening is whenever I defeat an Elite Four, those Pokemon are getting retired. So in Generation 1, or I should say Generation 1, in Pokemon Blue, we retired Blastoise, and this is the whole line. So, Blastoise, Sandslash, Wigglytuff, Alakazam, Electrode, and Articuno. I didn't need all of them, unfortunately. Which is why in Pokemon Red, we only retired Starmie. Starmie just completely destroyed. Yeah, so the way it works, Belgium, is that, okay, and I'm going to give you a really good example with the Electrode line, because I can actually give that as an example. So, Starmie is retired. So that means unless they do a regional variant for Starmie, I cannot use Starmie ever again. And not Staryu either. So Staryu and Starmie can never be used again. They can't even be used in the run. I can't catch them. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. Exception 1 are Pokemon who have split evolutions. Eevee is a perfect example of this. So Eevee can evolve into Flareon, Jolteon, and all the Eons. So while Eevee itself can't enter the Hall of Fame, all of Eevee's evolutions can individually enter the Hall of Fame. So another example of that would be Vileplume and Bellossom. Two completely separate lines off of Bloom. So if Vileplume enters, Bellossom can still enter because it's a split evolution. Another exception would be regional variants. And like I have Electrode on my screen. Electrode was retired in Pokemon Blue. I cannot use Electrode again until way down the line in Scarlet and Violet if we get a Hisuian Electrode. And the reason why I'm allowing the regional variants is because to me, they're not the same Pokemon. They typically have different stats, they have different move pools, they have different typing. It's like they could have literally have just made, think like Galarian, Ponyta, and Rapidash. They literally could have just made a completely different line. They could have just called that something completely different, and it's a different Pokemon entirely. So I am allowing for regional variants. So this means like down the line, you're gonna have like Mr. Mime, but then you have like Mr. Rhyme, and there's another way that this functions, and that is, I'm trying to think of who's a good example. Electabuzz. Electabuzz is a good example. Actually Magnemite, because we have Magnemite on the team. So in Generation 1 through 3, it's Magnemite to Magneton, and that's it. So if Magneton is retired between Generations 1, 2, and 3, that's fine. That means in Generation 4, Magnezone can be retired. So because it's an evolution that was added on later on, that means it can be used. Now, if let's say I don't retire Magneton, by the time I get to Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, I can't retire Magneton and Magnezone. It's Magnezone. So it would behoove me to retire Magneton in these games, in these earlier games, so we can have access to Magnezone later on. And then finally, shinies. I allow for shinies. So obviously, red, blue, and yellow, you're not going to have any shinies. But as soon as gold, silver, and crystal happen, as soon as we play, because after I do red, blue, and yellow, I'm going to do fire, red, and leaf green, and then let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. If I find a shiny and that Pokemon has already retired, you bet your bottom dollar that Pokemon is coming onto the team. Because shinies will be full odds. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's an exception to the rule right there. So, not a lot of exceptions. I feel like the exceptions are, within the realm of logic and possibility. Nothing crazy, I don't personally think. But, I mean, But this does mean that I can't use, so like, let's say, oh gosh, let's say I retire Vileplume, right? I can't use the Oddish and Gloom line until Blossom is actually available in the game. So I can't say, oh, I retired Vileplume, let's say in Fire Red. Well, Blossom doesn't appear until, is it Generation 2? I think it's Generation 2. Generation 2 or 3, somebody can correct me, because I generally can't remember that one. I think it's Gen 2, though. Blossom is not available until, like, Gold, Silver, and Crystal, so that means in all of the Kanto games, I'm not allowed to get Bloom even, because just because it can evolve into Blossom, it cannot evolve into Blossom in that game. So I can't use it again until Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Yeah, the fact I got 4 full odd shinies for... Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's legitimately insane. Which is why I'm like, well, full odds is kind of rare, you know? Okay, we have pretty good special. Full odds shiny is so hard to get that it's like, I'm not gonna not use a shiny. That's redonkulous. Like, just no. We're gonna freaking try and get a shot. If we happen to come across a shiny, we are so trying to catch that thing. So, let's see. All right, so we are currently in Lavender Town. There's nothing to do in Lavender Town at the moment. I can go buy some Pokeballs. I need to see what I need to get. So we're gonna start going towards Celadon City. Route 8, what is available here? So can I catch anything on Route 8? So Pidgey, Abra, Rattata, Pidgey. No. Route 8 is literally all duplicates, so we can't catch anything on Route 8. Yeah, let's get this off. So Route 8 is out. What about Route 7? Same deal. Route 7 is also dupe. So there's 2 more areas we can't catch it. God dang, Pokemon Yellow, man. Pokemon Yellow castrates you. That's all I gotta say. Pokemon Yellow castrates you so hard. Like, so freaking hard. I think what we're gonna do is, I know we're coming up to the Crash Gym. So I think, for now, it makes sense to think, yeah. And we're gonna bring back out, because I really don't have, we're gonna bring out TK, because TK needs love. TK needs love bad. TK's like 21. Yeah, I had a 1 in a million chance in Y. 1% back-to-back shiny and oh my god. Shine. Oh man, Pokerus. If I go into my bag, if I go into my Pokemon home, I have Pokerus. I have not gotten that bad boy. I still have Pokerus Pokemon. I think you have normal. I think you have Jigglypuff. I think you have Jigglypuff. Or Clefairy. It's Clefairy. Really? No! Why'd you have to sing? What a move. What a move. I have Pokerus in Emerald and Y, which is insane in itself. Man, I'm not gonna lie, the last time I came across Pokerus, right? I think I was doing a... I think I was playing... I think I was playing Pokemon Shield. And I was doing my psychic playthrough. I'm pretty sure it was that game. Basically, nobody knew. A lot of people didn't really know about Pokerus because it's not something that is as common to talk about and stuff these days because it's really not necessary anymore with how easy it is to get your Pokemon up and going, you know? So Pokerus has really fallen off, and I'm pretty sure, like I said, it was when I was playing Pokemon Sword as a we want to avoid these guys. We're gonna and as I was playing, we were catching and doing stuff like that, and it was so shocking because I pulled up the stats for one of the Pokemon, and I'm like, wait a second, is that Pokerus? I'm like, Pokerus still exists? I was so shocked because I had no idea that Pokerus still existed. It was so shocking to see. Because it...
Who's that Pokemon?
And like I said, we're playing, and some people are like, what's Pokerus? I'm like, oh my god, y'all, Pokerus. Let me tell you about Pokerus. And yeah, a lot of people, like, you know, some people there just didn't know about it. And, you know, not surprising at all, because, you know, it's... You don't use Pokerus. You don't need it anymore. And it was just so shocking to see it on a Pokemon. I was like, what the frick? I'm like, what is happening here? Pokerus, dude, what the frick? Alright. We're here in Celadon, and I'm gonna see what level her Pokemon are. I can't remember. I want to say hers were like 29, right? 29? Am I right? 29? 32. I was close. 32. So I kind of want to go in maybe at about, I would say 30. I don't think I'll have an issue. But the best ones to go in with are not new. Honestly, it's going to be TK, Play-Doh, and Game are going to be the best ones. The only problem is, so let's go into the gym. Let's go into the gym and kind of start battling. So we can get an Eevee here. We can get an Eevee here. And this particular game, you can get... Okay, no, you still get an Eevee here. That's the department store. Rooftop. Oh, here we are. Game corner. So in this game, as far as the game corner goes, I can get Abra, Wigglytuff, or Vulpix. Okay, I'm gonna scratch that because I can't get all of them simply because so I can get Vulpix, and in the middle window I can get Cypher, Pinsir, and Orbeez. If I go and get any one of those, I am cheating the coins because I am not playing at all. Not in my best interest. It's not in the best interest. Okay, so we are gonna lead with, I think, TK and kind of go from there. I will be removing which is Butterfree, off of the team eventually, since it's such a good early game Pokemon. I can't risk not having it for later, so it will be coming off the team. That sucks, especially since we're probably the same damn thing. Ah, crit hit, nice! Which one's that? Luckily, we're fast enough to grab the pack. Well, baby girl, it's a rough life out there. I'm playing so many of these that I'm starting to forget their names. They're all kind of just like getting I hate to say it, but they're kind of getting just one after the other. I'm not remembering them anymore. Oh, this is a good one because she's gonna have so many. Yeah, they're all gonna get purple. Even if she has. No! Why'd you have to have so many? I feel like if I remove the stones first. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go confusion. As long as you're asleep. Good evening. Good evening. Yes, good evening to everybody. Good evening to everybody. We only have we are poison though, but that'll be fine because you can't poison us again. We're kind of okay sitting on this. Yeah, I'm pretty okay sitting on poison. I'd rather be poisoned than paralyzed, to be quite honest. It can wrap us, which is irritating. Oh! Really? Okay, we may have to switch. I don't think I can switch. Can I switch? Yes, I can switch. Which one can I not switch out of? There's one of these that I can't switch out of. Like, is it Coil? Or was that added in later gen? You're saying... I have to remember that when I have words on stream, that sometimes when you guys are saying random words, you're answering questions. Here we go. There we go. No, so irritating. Girl, you are irritating. Okay, we're gonna... I think we'll be fine. I just gotta exit. Paralysis doesn't matter. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break again. I'm gonna go stretch my legs a wee bit. Go use the restroom, things like that. So please do enjoy the music while I take a potty break. I'm back. I just had to do TMNT because as soon as I looked up, I also say like Matanui, and I'm just like, yeah, that's not a word that's gonna be in there. Or like Motanui. Oh wait, no, it's Motanui. I am one of Motanui. You will board my boat. It's Motanui. Never mind. All right, what do we got going on here? My biggest problem in here are the freaking wrapping sprouts. Wrapping bell sprouts are my worst nightmare. What is out here? Well, let's go take a peek. Let's see what's out here. Okay, so this might be okay. Wasn't too bad. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good at all. So that's not great. You know what we can get? Yeah, you know what we can get before I forget. Yeah, let's do that. Forgot. Okay. Okay, so the interesting thing is, I have to see what's in that thing. We can get fly in here. And I don't really want to retire Firo either, man. Okay, so what's on... Oh, this is part of Route 16, I believe, right? I believe this is part of Route 16. I believe this is part of Route 16. Yes, this is part of Route 16. Give me a second here. Where's Route 16? I need Route 16. So we got fly. So who's available in this grass? Doduo, Spearow, Rattata, Raticate. So we can get the Doduo again. We can get Doduo again. And replace TK because TK is an early Pokemon. So might be worth swapping yet again to keep zeros for the early game. Are we gonna use a legendary this time around? I don't know. That's a good question. We still have 2 legendary birds because we've already retired our Kumo. Let's look at Zapdos because I think in these games, I don't think what's his name is very good. Dino Thundershock. Oh, but we don't have the TM Thunderbolt anymore. Oh, that blows. So we don't want to use you because you can't get Thunderbolt outside of a TM. Why? Why? Why could these guys not learn Thunder? Why can't they learn these signature moves? Not signature, but why? It's like, oh, Thunder at 51, but Thunder is 70% accurate unless it's in the rain. I don't even think Rain Dance exists yet. Like, I don't think that exists until Gen 2. Right? I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure. So we're not going to do Zapdos because we can't get Thunder. Okay, so we're not doing a legendary. And I don't think, what's his name? Not Flareon. Moltres is very good in this gen. We can learn Sky Attack, which is wow. 90 accuracy? Jesus Christ. God dang. God dang, dude. You can't, that's right, you can't learn Flamethrower. You are no bueno. So we're not using you. No. Nope. So if we're gonna have a flyer, it's probably best if we swap and get TK traded out for it. Probably the best bet. So that we can have access to it. So much fun. Oh, swapping Pokemon around. What a do. Do we have you here? Do we have Pokeballs? There's one Great Ball. I think we're into Great Ball here. So let's go to the Celadon Park here. And see what we can get. You guys. Yeah, we're in Great Balls now. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna buy 5 of these. Yep. And we're gonna sell these. Yep. Don't need them, sir. Don't need them. Actually, oh, you know what? I'm kind of. Yeah, we'll get 4 more. We'll just get a nice even 10. A nice even 10. All right. All right. Just a quick reminder. I'm gonna put the survey thing up here again because I don't know. Just to let everybody know. Once we finish Pokemon Yellow, you guys are going to have a chance to decide one of 3 games that I am going to play after it, so you just need to go and play. Alright, so the only thing we can catch here is Dodo. You are, though. I don't know how I feel. That's how I feel about that. I need you to just get that boost off. Okay, so you decided to growl again. I feel like this is the safest one to be in, yeah. This is the safest Pokemon. We can't do anything. I'm afraid to headbutt it. I mean, it's the same level as us, but I'm so afraid to headbutt it. That was a critical hit. Oh. God dang. Maybe we should try and just tap it. Okay, I think we're in Great Ball range. God dang. Yes! Nice! Okay, low right. Yes, okay, cool. 16, Dodo. What are we gonna name you? What are we gonna name you? We need a name. We need a name. Stunna for Vegas. What? I guess you're Stunna. Dumb name. Okay, so Stunna for Vegas, also Calico Antonio Caldwell, better known as Stunna for Vegas, is an American rapper from Salisbury, North Carolina. Best known for his 2020 single Ghost Stupid, which received triple platinum certification by the Recording Industry Association of America. 2 years prior, he signed with fellow North Carolina-based rapper The Baby's $1 Billion Baby Movement, an imprint of Interscope Records, to release his debut album, Big 4X, and its follow-up, Rich Young. Both albums performed moderately on the Billboard 200, the latter at number 29 charts. His third and fourth album, Locke'm for Vegas and Gateway Center. Despite having the city as part of the stage name, Caldwell claims no personal connection to Vegas. The four was adapted. All right, Stunna, let's go. Wow. think you're actually a level 24, so that's really good. I'm kind of happy with your game, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of happy. It's kind of wacky. It's kind of weird. We need to drop it today. Ta-da! Let's go ahead and teach what moves do you have? Heck, Growl, Fury, Attack, and Fly. Okay, yeah, we're good. We'll head back into the gym because you're at 25. And you're actually already higher level than TK. Never gonna stun you up. Oh god, Stunna. I just want to put a big old freaking, a big chain. A big old gold chain. With a big old gold beak. Be very, very on brand for a little. I don't know what to tell you. I find it out. Oh, Stunna! It's so good. Let's see how Stunna does. I mean, the problem is you are not low, but you can avoid that. That's so good. Oh, that's sexy. What level do you evolve at? I gotta imagine it's not that far off, right? Number 1 Stunna, when did you evolve? 31. 31. I feel like something's okay. Oh, beauty. You had... Are you stunned? Were you stunned by Stunna? I am not a peeping Tom. I'm the number 1 Stunna, Hunter. Oh, God. Oh, Wiki. This was probably one... Oh, goodness. It does have a small chance to miss them. I don't specifically remember who recommended using, I think it may have been somebody who was here yesterday. Recommended using, Wikipedia, not yesterday, I'm sorry, Wednesday. Using Wikipedia as the, naming convention. So basically just randomly selecting Wikipedia articles. That was brilliant. That was so brilliant. I can't tell you how brilliant that was. It's beautiful. It's remarkable. It was the best idea ever. It's so weird. Oh, the stuff that ends up digging up on Wikipedia. It does make it difficult to remember the Pokemon names, though, I will say that. It does make it a little bit. But it's okay. Can't forget Stunna! Cannot forget Stunna. Can't forget my number 1 Stunna. Alright, cool trainer, you got a Weeping Bell. I got a Stunna. Bye! Goose is on the loose. This one might be the only one that can't one shot, I don't know. We got 13 left. Nah, we did. Cool. 6. Come on, lass. Don't bring the fire. Well, I don't need to bring the fire. I need to bring Stunna. Oh god, I kind of want him to have Flash, just so he'll be, like, on brand. It would be so on brand to have, like, Flash on this guy. It would be kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. Oh, yeah. He's stunned. Oh, she's got the execute, that's right.
Who's that Pokemon?
The execute? Oh, I get it. Okay, I get it. I get it. It's like a crack, but because of the way the smile on the back one, it looks like it's got a, yeah, okay, I get it. We're just gonna fly it. Oh, you got a reflect up. Okay. Alright. Like I said, I do want to do level 3 though. So I do need to beep off on out. Get some. Don't. Do I want to go the? I think I want to try. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is instead of rare candying, we do have some opportunities for XP in Rocket Hideout. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we might do that. I think we might do that. I think the Rocket guy though has. God, does he have Eradicate? If he has Eradicate, definitely needs to put it up top. Okay. Let's go, yeah. I think he has Eradicate. We should be fast. No, you missed. Dude, why'd you miss? I can't have you missing on Eradicates. No bueno, Holmes. Oh, we'll give this one a go. Alright, we need. I love how he walks off screen. It's like, hey, there's a switch. Let's push it. Hey. Okay, got it. Okay, I got it. And then you're like, oh, where'd he go to? Well, he's over here. Okay, we need to put stun up top. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to get like 4 levels in here. I mean, we should be. It all really depends on what they have. We have a Drowsy. We are at 26, so it's not bad. Okay, perfect. There's 27. Machop, this is even better. That was fair enough. I mean, you just that way yet. I mean, yes, I broke in, but you guys weren't exactly trying to. We're high enough, which is good. Bring in Brent. This hat. No! Oh, thank God. Please have a Zubat. We need all the help. I fear. What do you call it? I fear every possibility of a freaking crit. Like anytime a crit can happen, I am terrified of it. Ooh, we're gonna probably have to do that. I don't have enough super potions to get through this place. Okay, that's fine. He's got a lot, so but they're not gonna struggle, yeah. Okay. They're not once they have like 3 or 4, they're never very high levels. I really need to stop getting used to that though. I feel like they're gonna change that. Oh, fuck you. Grimer can be tricky. thought he might have had a bit more staying power than that. I love, personally, my favorite moves in Pokemon games are these, where you get up and out of the freaking way. I love dig, I love fly, I love dive. I love it when you can get off the field. Just get me off the field, get me away from any bad attacks. Always fun having things out. I feel like I've done this so many times I should just remember it at this point, but I don't. I feel this one's slightly different too. Again, it's probably just me, but I feel it's slightly different. That, or I just never noticed that. It's also entirely possible. Alright. This guy. Level 28. Why did I come here? Because I need EXP. That's literally why I came. I'm fine with Rattata. It's Raticate. But I feel like maybe we're at the point where we're faster than Raticates, and so they don't really crit as often. Because I feel like maybe that's a point towards how they get their crits off, is they have to be faster than us. And with us being just so much faster at this point, maybe they can't get their crits off. Which is good. When I was playing Red, I was definitely leaning very, very hard into Mr. Fodder was Mr. Fodder is my father. He was definitely just taking those crits so well. Another good thing of getting off the field is if these guys decide to like blow the frick up, it doesn't work. It doesn't hit me. And I love that. Dude, he would have exploded, that would have been ugly. That would have been very ugly for us. Okay, so we're level 29. Like I said, I kind of want to go after her at a level 30. So I think we're gonna bebop on out of here and just go do some few random battles to take care of the rest. I'll have to figure out how best to handle Giovanni. Since I mean, I'll probably yeah, we're probably gonna bring what's his name with us, Nishi. Checking back in, how's the lot going? We're doing good so far. We got a little bit of a change up. Got some few mons. So if you didn't know, somebody has suggested when I started this, the naming convention should be random wiki articles. And so I just caught Doduo, and the random article picked up a rapper named Stunna for Vegas. And I was like, yeah, you're my #1 Stunna now. So we have Doduo, the Stunna, who now I have in my head has basically a golden beak and a big old gold chain and just Just the rapper's delight. It's funny. It humors me so much. So now we're just trying to get to level 30. I don't really want to do it on anything but some wild Pokemon, so that's what we're doing now. Just trying to get to level 30. Just gonna have to fly, dang. But how have you been? How are things going for you? You know what? I'm not going to chance it on a Pidgeotto. I'm not going to chance it on a Pidgeotto. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Let's go heal up. I've only got under half HP left. That's not good. All right, half Chinese. Yeah, we're having chili, chili and homebred drill pack. Okay, tell me about drill pack. Tell me about. What do I need to know about this? The drill peck is a normal move that does. Oh, so it's one of those that go 1, 2, 3. So that's interesting. We have Fury Attack. No wait, drill peck is 80. Oh Jesus. Yeah. Sure, we'll drop that. Why not? I find it hilarious that Doduo is based on the dodo, an extinct flightless bird from Canada. Emphasis flightless. Dude, like, okay. Here's Pokelogic, right? Here's Pokelogic. Doduo doesn't have wings. Doduo can fly. Gyarados magically floats through the air. Gyarados can't learn fly. Nidoqueen is a ground type Pokemon. Nidoqueen can't learn dig. Nidoqueen can learn surf. There's no logic. There's no logic to any of it. Ever. It doesn't make sense. It's all senseless. And I can't make sense of it. Nobody can make sense of it. I don't think we try to make sense of it anymore. Alright, we're going to be going after Erica. We are 2 levels under her ace. Because, like, she has... So she has a Tangela, a Weeping Bell, and a Gloom, all are level 32. I'm pretty sure we're going to outspeed them, so I'm not really too concerned. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to take her on pretty quickly. Especially now that we have Fly. And Fly is mostly just... Because the thing is, Fly is not 100% accurate, but Drill Peck is, right? So Fly is 95% accurate, 70 power. Drill Peck is 81. You know, let's try Drill Peck. You're gonna be faster than her regardless, so let's try Drill Peck. Let's see how well it goes. Okay, you're bound. And now this. Okay, so it did only twice. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so how about Fly versus? So that just completely. Wait. Okay. We're gonna give Drill Peck a because it is. Perfect. Doesn't even matter. Erica, you're done. Remarkable. I know. We are remarkable, aren't we? We just got the badge. Hey, number red and blue's better. They look way more dynamic.
Who's that Pokemon?
So she gives us 21, which is really great. Anybody learn that? Surprising Pokemon, I'm sure. Wednesday can and on can. So we're probably not going to put it on. We're not going to put it on either. All right. Well, that was anticlimactic. Got to where I wanted to be and just took her out. Not that she's okay. One thing I want to do before we go. I'm gonna go into the park. And I want to go to the very top floor, which I could have gone a different way. And I want to get the stuff that I need here first. Because we need 2 fresh waters. And then 1 of each of these for her TM. Yes. So let's get through these real quick. There's Ice Beam. Hell yeah. Can you get more than 1 Ice Beam from her? That's an interesting question. Rock Slide, okay. Rock Slide can be used against definitely some flyers. And it's against, oh, but we're not going to have a Charizard. I don't think we're going to have to do a Charizard. So, not too many flying flyers. However, Nidoqueen Benzo. Alright, let's do a little bit of trading out. I think it is now time. Toxic. I think it's time for Toxic. I definitely want Leash. And we're gonna deposit Wednesday. And we're gonna get this is the current team. They are a bit of a hodgepodge. I like them. Kind of looking at them. Nice. That's cool. That actually sounds good. What about flies? Trying to think. Are there any other flyers after this? Like, so for flying Gen 1, right, there's still Zapdos and Moltres. Okay. Vero. I don't want to use Pidgeot because of Gen 2, because it's earlier. Vero. Not that I want to use Farfetch, but Farfetch. I think those are the only flyers left. So if we end up retiring you, the thing is, we don't need a flyer in the. You don't necessarily need fly. You don't actually. You don't need fly in the Elite Four. So we probably won't even bring you in. What I need is an Ice Beam user, a Psychic user, Psychic / Earthquake, Thunderbolts, and Surf. Of which Nidoqueen can run free. So she can learn Surf, Thunderbolt, she can learn Earthquake, and she can learn Ice Beam. She can learn Storm. In theory, she can take out people all by herself. She's just not fast enough to take out like not like right out of the gate. Okay, so our next gyms are Hilda, which is poison, and Sabrina, which is and I really think it's important to have. So do you want to know something? There are a whole lot among them where the main character gets betrayed, fired from his adventuring party. Then he makes a new party with at least 1 or 2 gorgeous women. Then he winds up more happy and successful, and the party winds up absent. And while the party, that's like every what do they call those? Harem and reverse harem. So harem is like the male with several beautiful women, and then the reverse harem is the well, obviously the female with a bunch of beautiful guys. And it's usually always like this awkward guy or awkward girl that gets like. Was anything to be had here? I know one of the earliest ones that I know of that had the that harem thing it's called Tenchi Muyo. I enjoyed the series. I did enjoy the series. The first, I'd say I enjoyed Tenchi Muyo and Tenchi Universe. I did not like Tenchi Muyo. But that was that. I don't know. It's been years since I've seen it. Gosh, I forgot about this up here. But that is a very common trope, yeah. I'm like, man, I'm pretty sure it's not an accurate trope. Yeah, I did, like I said, I wasn't a fan of Tenchi in Tokyo. I think the art quality had gone down significantly. Was not a fan of it. I don't think anybody can do anything right. I know the guy on the what do you call it? Can do an Eevee, but I don't know if I want it to be. I vaguely remember liking Muyo. Well, so Tenchi Muyo was the original. They called it the OVA, the original video animation or something like that. That was actually the one that was the first one, and it had the best of the animation. And it's where you learned about Washu technically being Ryoko's mother because Washu created her, but Ryoko was created sort of like a demon to be very powerful. But she was, I guess, too powerful when I can't remember his name came down. There's so much of stuff that I can't remember the names of, but you learn about the wings of a light hawk. I thought it was a very cool show. It was very much a what is it called? I need somebody else to talk about. You and Benzo. Let's put Julius on top. They had a lot of the lore given out in Tenchi Muyo, and I thought it was good. I thought it was well done. But at the same time, it was more of a slice of life show than really anything else. It was definitely a slice of life, which was one of the few that I like, because I don't know, just the weird, wacky stuff that happened in it. I don't know, it's very fond for me. I think that maybe had things like K-On! And stuff like that had maybe come out when I was younger, I might have appreciated appreciated them more. But it was definitely a slice of life anime. And I know I definitely enjoyed it. What? Come on. God dang it. Like, ah! Where's my bottomless pit backpack? Oh, that being said, I'm probably the only one that prefers the girl from Tokyo. My favorite was always Ryoko. I always loved Ryoko. I just always loved her. She was always my favorite. I can't honestly remember the girl from Tokyo much at all. It's just been that long since I've watched it. But, we'll sell off the nugget. Yeah, so we'll sell the nugget. Yeah, we'll sell the nugget off. Get rid of that right now. But yeah, I cannot remember. I think I remember. So one of the things I do remember was that the creator, I guess, had gone only to a certain point in the show, and then they did not actually finish the original Tenchi Muyo series until years later, and I think a lot of people were not too keen on it. I think they felt that a lot of the characters' personalities and stuff had like changed in an odd way. I can't remember what it was, but I remember a lot of people really not liking the way the characters had changed. And fair enough, because it was enough that it was... I didn't see it, unfortunately, but apparently what they were saying was it was enough that it wasn't the original. The characters were so different, I guess, just from the original stories. But I haven't seen it in ages, and I actually have the box set of the OVA. I actually have all of them. I actually have Tenchi Muyo, Tenchi Tokyo, or Tenchi Universe, Tenchi Tokyo. I have all of them. Alright, so who do we want up top? We're gonna kind of hope that maybe he has some sort of flyer. A Zubat, mayhaps. Oh, we never got it. Alright, we're gonna give it a go. We're gonna give it the old college try. Oh, nope, nope. Getting out of dodge. Getting out of freaking dodge. Damn it! I'm not happy about that. That is the third Pokemon we lost this one. And I don't have many! He was! God dang it! Ew. Stupid rocket asshole. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm salty. Get this body out of our... I don't even know what it is. Like, this is so insane. The problem is that, like, oh, it's so hard because one of the things is that I know it has to do with speed, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure we should outspeed, so our speed should be okay.
Who's that Pokemon?
Brent, you have been with us for so freaking long. I was not going to bring you to the Elite Four because I didn't think you'd be able to do much. That being said, you took care of a lot of rock Pokemon. You were definitely taking care of my Raticate issue, but I think at this point we have literally lost every Pokemon to a crit, and I think one to an explosion. We have lost 2 Pokemon to crits and 1 to an explosion. I am no, it was a crit. Yeah, that's still a crit. I think that was a crit. I think Misty was a crit on the Pikachu. And then the explosion was on Diglett. And Diglett is definitely not surviving an explosion. And now this. And now a crit Hyper Fang. Ah! Damn it. Well, if that doesn't make you salty, I don't know what will. Brent, I really had wanted you throughout this run. You're gonna be missed. In case you guys are wondering, it is Caprea, the Avengement Fighter. Right? Frickin' Annihilate! Frickin' Annihilate! Oh, so good! So good! But Caprea, the Pikachu, Rob Parson, the Diglett, and Brentwood. Okay, so we have Wiki Fodder, who is Geodude, who I definitely know he can take. He has definitely taken Finn. Benjamin Alola. Oh god. Wiki Fodder is a Geodude. We can definitely bring him in. I know he can take crits, man. Homeboy took him in the last run. I know he can take him in this run. We have Herman, who is Bellsprout. Amanus, who is Oddish. Manishutsu is Pidgey, which we don't want to use. Blue is Rattata, which I don't want to. Fanny is Clefairy. It's not going to be. TK is another Flyer, which we're out. Flyer, and then Wednesday. I feel like we have to bring Wednesday. Just for coverage for a bit. Probably about 8 o'clock. Probably about 8 o'clock today. I got everything set up for my husband for dinner, so it's just reheating it. And so I'll probably go to 8 o'clock. Angry 8 o'clock. What? Oh my god, I can already see the word. I'm getting this before anybody. I saw the word as soon as it popped up. I was like, what? It's exchange! Okay, the rest are yours. The rest are yours. 808 and Heartbreak. 808 and Heartbreak? I don't know what that means. You want me 8 o'clock? Heartbreak? French toast. Is that an area code? Give me a code. I don't know code. Who am I gonna put up front? I feel like if we see Raticate's going to be have to bring out so. That's the name of Kanye's album song. Oh! Okay, I know nothing about Kanye's music. In fact, when it comes to most musicians, they don't actually know songs. I mostly recognize a song once I hear it, not in any other way. I am absolute dumpster fire when it comes to musicians and songs and things like that, unfortunately. I'm gonna punch you in the face. Oh, I hate you. Anybody else want to crush my dreams? Yeah. Okay, so this is key card guy. You know what? We're gonna play it safe. Yeah, guess what? We're here for the key card. We're here for the key card. Not what I was expecting. At all. Definitely not what I was expecting. I think that maybe they should have had somebody a little bit stronger taking care of the key card. All the time. Just a little bit stronger. Oh no, I dropped the left key. Giovanni, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me now. The elevator is down. Okay, I know Giovanni in this. Oh, that's right. We have to do. We have to do. Jesse and Jane. We have to do Jesse. So they're the level 25s. Okay, that's fine. We're definitely wrong. And probably gonna have. Okay, wow, I forgot about that. And what level is Giovanni? 29 version. That can crit off. That can definitely. Might really. Once we get through this, there's not gonna be any more. Done all of them. Any trainers? There's one guy. We'll leave Fishy at the top, but we want to go to the first because we want to take care of this guy. We want to take care of this guy. I don't want to take care of him on the way out. That would suck. That would suck on the way out. What? Not me. Take a bite out of Rhyme. Oh! Oh, I just came up with a terrible pun. I just came up with a terrible pun. Take a bite out of Rhyme. God, it's awful. We're gonna drop Splash. That is like solid 40 damage. Yay! And now we can just easily move on. Let's go get filled up. Alright, let's go look and see the situation of Rare Candies. He's not a gym leader. He's not a gym leader. So Bish is 25. Definitely take out the Onyx leader, right? Ben, how are you, my dear lady? Your defense is 57. Growl points. So I feel like with double kick, you're definitely gonna take it out. You're 28. God, I'm so glad I didn't use dig. We would have used dig. If I had used dig though, I would have been ditching. If I used dig, I would have been just digging. That came to bite me in the butt. None of you. We go against you at, you're not gonna be fast. It's gonna probably screech and beat it or bite. Over here for like one level, I think. One level. Just the 20. Just get you to 28, I think. Up. Oh, I should buy some stuff. I should buy some stuff. I should definitely. Bye-bye, Abra. You son of a biscuit! Oh god, I hate it when they do that. Oh, meow. Okay, so I feel more comfortable. So heal, get all my moves back. We're gonna go buy some. So we'll get one more. Don't have a real way of bringing that up here. Let's get out of here. We have to take care of Jesse, James, and Giovanni. Jesse and James will only. Well, we're going to start with. How dare you humiliate us now to me? It's payback time, you brat! Alright, good old confusion. Ooh! So here's Meow. Where the fuck are we? It's more like other moves. Had like slash. Slash is what I'm thinking. We don't actually have a move here. Leering at me. How rude. Oh, thank God. Alright, so Jesse and James are taken care of. You awful twerp. To the team, Hypno, you are going to wreck dreams. You're going to just absolutely. All right, so we are going to lead with Ishi here for the Onyx and the Rhyhorn, and then we're going to use Benzo. Is for physical. Give that to me. Yeah, what is
Who's that Pokemon?
Razor Whip. not a flying move. It is a normal move. 80 base power. Oh, does it do anything else? Or is that just it? Oh, but it has an increased chance of hitting. That is nice. We're gonna say no for now. So Body Slam can paralyze, but Razor Wind could crit. Did anybody even learn that? Watch. Maybe like Stunna. No, not a single Pokemon can learn it. Naturally, not a single. All right, let's get this taken care of. Giovanni's Onyx. Lady, welcome back. It must be rather late for you guys, so I do appreciate you even being here. I do appreciate you even being here. That last one was that last one's great. Okay. Here we go. Very nice. Giovanni 1 is done. Playing Elden Ring. Super hard game and makes me stress. How are you guys enjoying the what is it called? The DLC for it. I'm imagining you have the DLC. Giovanni is done. Giovanni 1 is done. Now we have the Sylph Scope, so we need to go back and take care of the tower so we can get the She's not in DLC, hasn't been, basically. I've heard the DLC is really hard. And people are complaining about it being hard. Is that true? Okay, so shit. I was gonna change some around, but I guess this is it. I enjoyed the DLC though. They ramped up the difficulty, but it's nice how they did it. Yeah, I heard that they ramped it up, but like it's post-game. I mean, it should be ramped up, right? Oh, that's it. Nice, there we go. Every now and then I see one and I'm like, let's go! Okay, so we can take it on this dude up here, which I think has electric, right? A lot of people would already be way too overpowered for it, so they put items that boost your damage and damage reduction for Shadow Cover. Makes you build yourself up over again. See, that's actually kind of cool. Because usually when you do Pokemon post-game stuff, you just kind of run through it because you just use whatever you have. Because they're already super high. restarting with a new team. Let's switch you up. You are desperate. But I think you'll do good in the thing. Oh, you got paralyzed. Yes, that's what I like to say. Anyhow, hope you enjoy the rest of your. Nah, thank you guys for hanging out. Like I said, I was pretty sure it was really late for you guys, so I just appreciate you guys hanging out with me. So have a good night's sleep, and hope to see you guys on Monday. Let's start taking these guys out. Hopefully we'll be a little bit better off here. Okay, so yeah, this is actually really good for me. I do have to remember that I have to remember, yeah. If I intend to try to use... this is going to be the last of the original. Once we get through Yellow Man, we're officially past Generation 1. We still have to do Fire Red, Leaf Green, Let's Go Pikachu Eevee, but oh my god, we're officially beyond Generation 1. Which means... held items! We get held items. And Charizard can use Fly! Mints. They give you literally a word right there. This is not good because I was gonna say Meowth is probably faster. As long as we can get the one-shots off, we're really good. Now you learn Thunder Shock. Awesome! Now you learn Thunder Shock. We are gonna have to swap you out though. That is some really bad. If you attack us, we're not gonna make it. And I think you can make it. Yeah, I was too afraid to leave. Definitely too great. Okay, girl. I don't know why I'm going around. I can just go up and talk to them. So we get to go first. You're good. You're good. Yeah, let's potion you up. I don't need you dying on me. You like Nidoran. Well, I'm glad that you like Nidoran. I like Nidoran too. You're not... Yeah, you're not ground until Nidoqueen. I had to think about that for a sec. Oh, I think you have a... Not bad. Primer ship. I do have to see how many... Oh, Muck is a problem. Go Ben. Go Ben. Definitely go Ben. Oh, that's the ice. Grimer's not. Grimer is not. then I think it's just this one right here. I don't think we, yeah, we have a lot. So I do have to keep in mind, when you play these games in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, they have changed these guys. They are now terrifying. They will have those one-shot moves, and the way it works is if you are a lower level than the Pokemon, they'll kill you, and that's no good. That's no good. It is no bueno. So they have definitely made it harder to take these guys on. So in those games, I will be avoiding them until much later in the game. Much later, when we don't have to deal with that kind of nonsense. Now I do have to deal with my rival here. So let me check what level his Pokemon are, because if they're 30-something and I have to see what level Julius evolves at, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I think it's... So Hero is 25, Shelter is 20, Vulpix is 22. So we could take on... Yeah, we could take those on. I'm right before Rider Calyrex now. Ugh. Good luck to you. I do hope you catch him. You are going to catch him, right? That is your plan here. Doing my Pokemon thing real quick. I'm doing a drought cocktail. Pokemon Sleep. You forgive me. Yes, indeed. And then in Sword, oh, because you need to get each of the different, the ghost and yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, so what level does Julius evolve again? Like 30 something. It's 32. It's level 30. Okay. We're gonna go for it. Because I really need you up. Because you're 26, so you're 4 levels off. And you're gonna be going against an rival. So I kinda need you to be able to. Because he too has a Fearow. And it would make me feel a lot better if you could kill him. Just saying. Okay. Teleported. So you're faster than us, which sucks. There's 26. I want the evolution. 27. Kadabra, you're definitely not. Let's go, Plato. Whew. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're going to end up using Plato.
Who's that Pokemon?
Also, don't tell anyone, but... Oh god, no, please. Do whatever's easiest. Do what is ever freaking easiest. You're doing a living dex. Like, give yourself plenty of room to, you know, do what you have to do. silly not to. Scary, but point. There's really no point since they just won the battle anyways. God, the Pidgeotos, man, they're scaring me. I feel like I'm gonna get crit killed by a gust. What's the guy's name from? So you had Julius Caesar and Augustus was his name? And no, Brutus, never mind. Brutus. And Brutus was an honest man. No! No! You disabled my head, but yeah, now you're paralyzed. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, you screwed yourself in the butt. You screwed yourself in the butt. You fled from battle. So rude. That's so rude. I hate it when, like, just stay. Stay and just let it happen. Congrats on getting Rapidash. If I ever do a Full Metal run, like Full Metal Alchemist, I'm definitely using Rapidash as it just makes me laugh. Particularly a shiny one, so it kind of matches the Mestri uniform. Supersonic, yeah. I don't really honestly need Thunder Shock, so I'd rather get rid of Thunder Shock. I really would rather. I hold my breath on every Pidgeotto. Every Pidgeotto, I hold my breath. One more level. One more level. Let's get that level. I can wash you. Right ahead. And what's so freaking wild is in Pokemon Red, I only have one dad. One dad. I don't even get it. The only reason why I'm not bothering with the apples is because mostly they teleport. So there it is. There it is. Julius Caesar. Oh, I'm sorry. Julius Ona. We have a Magnetine. Have a Magnetine. Yeah, basically everybody is completely evolved, excluding Ivysaur, because they're probably gonna get traded out. Okay, so remind me. Here. Okay, cool. All right. We should not have an issue taking. Should not have any issue taking this one. Should even be faster. Nope, we're not. We're literally not faster. That was just okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, now Shelter is a water type, so we should be able to take this out. Very nice. Here's a Vulpix, and we're actually going to go into V-shape. Not to be confused with Mitsubishi. And Bumblebee. I'm sorry. And then we'll be able to take out the Sandshrew. very nice. What is my level cap for my homeboys? Is it still... This one might be 49. This one might be... This one might be 49. Yeah. I always get very close, but I'm always a little off half the time. Okay, so Sabrina is 43. Okay, they're 43. They're not 49. Okay, so they're 43. Okay, so even if we get everybody to 30, we'll still be under, which is fine. Okay. So we can catch a Pokemon in here, and we're gonna do that first. So in order to do that, we need to look at Wednesday to the top. And we need to get to the next floor. I'm just gonna hang out right here. It's probably gonna be a Ghastly because that's... Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I kind of like them both. Okay. I'm cool. You licked me. That's kind of gross. And then we'll bring in Plato. Or the Thunder Wave. Now we're confused, which is fine. Now we're gonna go into Wednesday again. Okay. Now all ghost moves in Generation 1. I need to be the champion to catch it. Oh no, really? They seriously make you be the champion? That is such BS. That is such BS. That sucks. I'm sorry. Since we are... Yeah, let's do 6. We need somebody else. This is why we have this. That's why I had Splash. I forgot I had Ooh, that's ugly. You know who would be good? I don't know why I didn't think of this. Bringing in Stunna. Because Stunna is freaking normal. And that doesn't matter because Nightshade hits it anyways. What? I forgot. Forgot Nightshade hits regardless. Let's go ahead and try and catch you now. You're in Great Ball range. Perfect. Okay, so we caught Ghastly in Pokemon Tower. Alright, what is your name, Ghastly? What is your name? This shall be interesting. List of electrophones by Horn-Bostel Saxon. What the frick? The Horn-Bostel Sax system of musical instrument classification groups all instruments which make sound primarily by way of electricity driven oscillator. Those sacs divided the category of electrophones into 3 distinct subcategories, specifying these as 51 equals electrically actuated acoustic instruments, 52 equaling electrically amplified acoustic instruments, and 53 equaling instruments in which make sound primarily by way of electrically driven oscillators. In the present day, only instruments belonging to this last subcategory are considered electronic musical instruments. Welcome, Horns-Bostel. Welcome. I feel like I'm learning more in this run than any other. Horn-Bostel. Not that I remember it all, but you know, here we are. Horn-Bostel is going to get more. Oh my gosh, it just fits. Cool. Welcome to the bombs. Okay, so I don't want you out. I actually want corrected. I stand corrected. I absolutely stand corrected. Okay, can you still bubble beat? There's my boy. There he is. Coming in clutch. That's nice. I might have one behind. Oh, nope, it's a 22. There we go. That's what I was gonna say. Actually, I think there's one up here. Yeah. What a weird way to set up your tombstones, by the way, I'm just saying. A little concerned by the way they have their tombstones up. Seems intentional. Good try. There we go. There we go. Just want to change it up. Because once it starts getting dark around here, the colors. Without having to- That's so irritating. Alright, I'm gonna end at 8, so just a heads up. I will be ending stream at 8 o'clock. So, probably enough to get through here. I'm not sure how much more time we'll have. I feel like we got far, that's for sure. We literally went from Route 24 all the way to here. So that's actually some good progress. I'm pretty happy with it. 2 badges. Can't get more than that right now, but that's okay. That's gonna be really good.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alrighty. Well, look at that. Shuppet is in chat, which is extremely appropriate considering we are in the Pokemon Tower. So, Pokemon Tower must have called out the ghost. The ghostess with the merstish. We're gonna kind of run from these guys. We're gonna go down there and get that. Just a sec. If anybody can get over confusion, it's you, my dude. Nope. No, you don't want to get over it. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, there we go. Ignore it. Just ignore it. Ain't nothing. Just... Because, like, I know they're rare, but come on. My favorite for second Haunter. I don't like Haunter in this game. I don't like Haunter in this game, by the way. It is not my favorite. I feel like they could have done a lot better with Haunter, but for some reason, the smoothness on these guys, I kind of like the more pixel from Red and Blue for some reason. I just really like them. Although the characters, I'm not a fan of the character, a lot of the characters. We're not nearly as fast, so we do have to deal with a lot of us not going first, which does suck. I go for Bubble Beam just because it's I'm pretty sure they have less than 40 health at that point, but I'm not like, I like the look of this face though. I'd have to look at the last one. I can't remember Haunter's face look. I would have to look it up. So for the Galarian birds, I probably need 7 badges, maybe 8. So do they make it so that you have to have badges for them to be caught, I guess? Like, it says you can't... Can you even encounter them? I mean, I guess it makes sense if that's the case, because it is meant to be a post-game thing. But it still does kind of suck, because you're, like, trying to get them. Hey! Cubo! We're talking about you. We're just talking about you. That tiny little bit. That tiny little bit. Ugh. It gets me every time. Every time. That just teeny tiniest little bit. Alright, yeah! There we go. There's my boy. There's my boy, ignoring it since 1993. 96? 98? 98? Maybe 98? He was 98. I'm not sure why I haven't moved Confusion yet, but it's kind of fine. It's now muscle memory to go down, so... I never remember to use those, I swear. What's interesting though is if you use them with those moves that are, I think it's like 70% accurate or something like that, and if you use, I think, one of those, basically it hits every time. And you can it's how they do the speed running in these games. They'll use that particular item, I think with God, I want to say it's Nidoqueen, but I could be wrong. But they use like 1x accuracy, and they're just like plowing through the Elite Four with freaking one Pokemon just drilling on everything. I don't know why I don't do those kind of things. Like, I think I'm scared to. But it's a speedrunner strat. It's like, that's insane. Okay, so it is going to be the Marowak. So we are going to run. We're going to move. So we can take care of the Marowak here. You know what I really wish they would have done? Just in this game? I really wish they would have made Marowak Ghost Ground, because it's the ghost of Marowak. I really wish they would have done that. I think that would have been such a great idea. We're gonna go down really quick to heal up to make sure we're at 100%. Because we have a little bit of rocket stuff to take care of. And then we can try and catch a Snorlax, which basically is chuck great balls at it, because nothing else will work. In both games, that has irked me to no end. Is it Jesse and James in this one now too? I think it is. I think it is. I think it is Jesse and James. Yeah, we do have to do it with Jesse and James again. I thought so. Okay. Prepare to fight, fight, fight! Oh, they leave with Meowth this time! God dang it. I had it all set up so that I would take on... Oh, are they? Oh, I think they're involved now, that's why. And they don't want you to know. Yeah, I think it's gonna be Arbok and Weezing. It's just gonna be Arbok. Yeah. They didn't want you to know. That's dirty. We get the paralysis. Yes! We got the paralysis. Nice. Okay. I have an antidote. Nice. There we go. Very good. We've been saying that this entire time. We get to regret our decisions in life. Alright, Mr. Alright, Mr. Pokemon guy. Mr. Fuji, let's go. He is of his own free will. That is good, but, you know. Alright, Mr. Fuji, I need that Poke Flute. Okay, so that means we can't try the one on Route 16 because we've already, you know, did that route. We've already caught on that route. But we can do the one on Route 12. And that would have to be our Route 12 catch. That is the catch. Wanted to pop. So we'll sell that. Drop off the elixir. Let's drop off the silk scope and be done with it. I think we can sell the escape ropes because there's no more places that we can. Nope, 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 nope. Yep. So I'm first gonna get the story done in the main game tomorrow and then visit the DLCs again. At least I'm right before Calyrex. And I can then easily get the other ones. The Reggies, the Galarian birds, and also items for Galarian snakes. Yeah. It sounds like you just kind of got stuck in an area where the game just is like, nope. The game really just noped you right there, which is unfortunate. Okay, so is there anything in here that I accidentally did that I still want to get out? No. Alrighty. So it is 7:25, and we are going to go south. We're gonna buy some more. Not that I think it's gonna do anything. So 8, 10, 11. We'll get 7. We'll get 7, and I mean, let's see. So this is gonna be a bunch of water types. So we're gonna move things up to the top. And you know, I never come over and get that one item. Nope, it's 1:30. Please go get some sleep. I appreciate you hanging out here. So thank you. It was lovely having you. What is it? Swift. Oh, I like Swift. You as well. Heading off for the night. Love you tons. Yes, everybody have a lovely weekend. Thank you for joining me. I know it is late for many of you, so your presence has been lovely. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be shutting down in about 30 minutes, so... In fact, I may actually see if there's anybody here. If there's nobody here, we might stop for the night. Yep, I think we're going to go ahead and shut down for the night, since it looks like you guys are the last ones here, so... We'll take this guy on, and then, we will shut down. Alright, guys.